Hey, what's up, everybody? Twitch is such a poor platform. I'm a poor man. I can only afford a poor platform. I'm sorry, my friend. Pour me another one. Alright. Analysis stream. Only 15 minutes late. Can't please everybody. Acerbate. Wow. Congrats on being featured in Uber Driver's blog. No way. Feature. It's a bug. It's a bug, not a feature. Damn, my glasses don't fit. What the fuck? Alright. So what's up, everybody? Analysis stream. Late, as always. I criticize Nefidov often for being late. Pride myself in being on time, but I try to do the impossible, and I just can't do it. It's like when I used to drive to lessons in Boston. I would get progressively more late every single lesson because of the Boston traffic. You can ask Uber driver about that. You gotta schedule your lessons like an extra half an hour apart. Forget about it, man, with the city traffic. So, what was I gonna say? Suspiciously, the Rapid tournament I played last Friday hasn't been rated yet. I wouldn't really care if it doesn't get rated. The organizer's a little bit fly-by-night operator, so I probably lost like 0.2 rating points or something. I really don't care, but it would be like nice to know that if I play in a tournament, it actually gets rated. Just thinking, what else? Right. Late is on time. The opposite of my college fraternity training, where we learned that on time is late, early is on time, and late is inexcusable. Alright, some good things other than drinking that we did there. Alright, Poor Platform is a bar for you guys. What's up, Move 11? So, we have this friend who likes to play Omaha poker, but not a lot of people always are willing to play Omaha. And he's always asking, like, can we play Omaha? So we like to torture him. And we're like, when he leaves, we're like, oh yeah, we can start to play Omaha. We'll tease him. We'll be like, yeah. When you leave, we'll start playing Omaha. Move 11's like, did the stream start yet? I'm like, no, we'll start as soon as you leave. Alright, we've got Dementiev, Sung Prism, Butters versus Nefidov. Now, all jokes aside, I was just wondering, all the South Park jokes, of course, but there have to be people named Nutters. Nutter? At least Nutter. So, Mr. Nutter, meet Mr. Butters. So, you could have Butters versus Nutter, or Nutter versus Butters. Now we have Snedsteg. Exactly. We don't have Nutter Butter cookies in Europe, so we have to pay like Trump import fees for those. That's a classic, yeah. Peanut butter, of course, not a big thing here in Europe. So peanut butter cookies and Reese's are very hard to find. Okay, Roger Butters. Snedsteg versus Iskola. Iskola is a school in Hungarian. Acerbate versus Halil. Is it halal? And then Finn Bonez versus Ego. Ego is Ubadis. And then there's Mule Skinner versus Garcia, which he claimed is like maybe his biggest win ever. Let me double check that message. So, what was it he said? Mule Skinner, a game for my last World War tournament. Probably the highest rated player I've ever won against in a longer time control. That's really shocking, I mean, Mule Skinner is a decent player. You know what, Mule Skinner, you're not playing in the right tournaments because with your skill set, I think you should occasionally knock off 2000s. The problem with Mule Skinner is that he's only playing people who are like 15, 16, 1700 all the time. It's hard to beat 2000s if you only play people rated between like 15 and 1700. Usually they're kids. So, honestly, Mule Skinner should be able to occasionally knock off 2000s. But he's been this good for a while, so he's never got enough opportunity, I think. All right, so that's what we've got so far. 6 games. For a serious analysis today. Now, good evening, gentlemen. The European Banking Championship is taking place now in Hungary. And I think like Henry Lee, who used to play on my stream from Ireland, Yellow Dragoon is like the highest seed, representing the Bank of England. It's like European Bankers League. Oddly, I think the tournament is in Budapest, which is like most disrespectful banks. I was just complaining about my bank yesterday, man. Hungarian banks are terrible. They shouldn't be allowed to play with other European banks in the same league. They charged me $8 yesterday in Hungarian forints. $8 worth of Hungarian forints to email me a copy of my bank statement. Now, this is criminal. Hungarian banks make Bank of America, which is awful. American, like shitty American banks, like Bank of America, Wells Fargo. The banks here that are left in Hungary are basically, they make them look good. It's a privilege to be the customer, It's not like the customer's always right. It's a privilege to be a customer here of our banks. Highway robbery, I know. And it's like, to be a resident, I have to have a Hungarian bank account. I mean, I have to have a bank account with a bank that is registered here in Hungary, showing I have money. And it's just criminal. Like, there used to be some Western banks, like Citibank left 5-7 years ago. Orban, I'm sure, resolved that. We have some pseudo-foreign banks, like Austrian ones, and the one that I have, which is connected to some Italian bank. But they're like pseudo-foreign. They're sort of Hungarian subsidiaries of banks. There are no good private banks left here. Anyway, it's all good. Okay, did you guys see what they did in the Baltics today? The Slovakian Prime Minister, who's a huge right-winger friend of Orban, they blocked him from flying through Baltic airspace. He was on his way to go to the Russian Victory Day parade. That's awesome, man. Screw you, dude. Same thing with the president of Serbia. The Baltic states would not let them. Poland and the Baltic states wouldn't let them fly through their airspace. Screw you, dude. All right. Anyway, politics is fun, but chess is funner. So, and I know Mr. Coffee's excited about the Pope. I just can't really get it. I mean, I just can't really, it's not doing it for me. The whole smoke, watching the smoke. I've never been a Catholic. Wasn't really thinking of becoming one either. It's cool. I've been reinstated. Move 11 has subscribed. No, that was 2 days ago. So I'm just waiting for our first hype train. Now I'll get started. May have to watch Conclave again. So I never watched that in the first place. I did notice for the first time it even existed on Amazon yesterday. I guess it was up there. Yeah, church doesn't really do it for me. Alright, guys. Now we got 6 games. Move 11. Are you just threatening to submit a game? Or are you waiting till the last minute? Or did he leave? He was just teasing us with his presence. Now we can play Omaha, guys. Move 11 is gone. So we've got Sun Prism, Nefedov, Snedsteg, Astrobate, Ego. Alright, let's do Astrobate first. Then Sun Prism, because he's here already. Nefedov, who knows when he'll show up. Mule Skinner, who knows when he'll show up. And I'll put Snedsteg like third. 42 is here, who may or may not. I don't think he has any games for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They're canceling Sesame Street. How the fuck am I going to learn to count all those ones? 42. With Donald Trump dumbing people down. That's the play here in Hungary, too. Dumb down the people as much as possible. Cancel public television. Cancel educational television. We don't want people to go to college and learn. We want them to be stupid. And then, build things for the rich people for like Palinka and bread and shit. Some prison with 45 bits. All right, I'm starting my democracy podcast. No. Anyway, let's get started with Astrobate, okay? This will be fun. Thank you guys for the hype train, but it's not going to qualify. I mean, it's very nice that 42 donated 14 bits and Sun Prism 45 for the contest. They want to see who got the higher. They want to get on the board, basically. But for hype train purposes, it has to be at least 100, I think, to qualify. But I'll accept donations in all sizes and shapes. There's Astrobate with a gift sub. Going to Andrew 7FW. Playing such a BS at the moment. No one likes to see that. Beautiful style. BS. So Astrobate is white. Let's take a look. Is everything cool? We got sound. The board is aligned correctly. We're analyzing our first game. Can you see the names? Yes. Alright. The names look small to me. Even with my glasses on, they look small. Jesus. Can you guys see those names okay? We should really maybe increase the size of the board a tiny bit if possible. Let's see if we can increase a tiny bit. We don't have clocks here, so I think I made it a tiny bit smaller to include the, yeah. We basically moved it a little bit with the, oh, that's not locked. That wasn't locked. I had to move it a little bit with clocks on Tuesday. Someone complained about clocks not being visible. Now we don't have that problem, so that doesn't make the names bigger, really, though. Alright. You can't make everyone happy. That's why I don't play music on the stream. It would just be too frustrating. Cheers, Astrobate. Alright, guys. I started my coffee early, so I'm awake at least. Astrobate with white. What do we got? We got knight f3, d5, e3. This looks familiar. We went over a game like this. Queen's Indian attack. I was selling Astrobate. When I was a kid, I bought this RHM press book on the Queen's Indian by Andras Shadorian and Doriano. And who would have thought I would have grown up and 30 plus years later I would be like playing on the same team with International Master Doriano in Budapest. It's weird how stuff like that happens. But Dorian called this the Queen's Indian attack. So we'll call it the Queen's Indian attack. Zuckertord opening is technically, I don't know, knight f3 on first move. That's totally arbitrary. All right. Anyway, knight f6, Kali Zuckertord. That's another thing. So knight f6 b3. Now we transpose to Nimzovich, and I'm reappreciating Nimzovich. I'm actually doing I'm doing some videos for chesslecture.com now, reevaluating or reanalyzing some Nimzovich games that maybe weren't his most famous. What a great player, though. So the hypermodern school of chess here, b3, and this move always frustrates me when I'm white. I hate the Slav in general, but c6 reinforcing d5, so it's like taking the steam out of c4 before it even hits you. It's so solid for black. So we're either going to see a Slav type setup with bishop f5, like a London, or maybe black will still play g6. That's what I would expect. Astrobate plays the most dynamic move, c4, hitting the center. Now, there are 4 possibilities, if not more, actually. a6 is 5. So you've got g6, bishop f5, bishop g4, and e6. Those are the main moves. I played against them all. Sometimes people have even played knight on bd7 against me, although I never really quite got that. So e6 semi-Slav. So we got a neo-semi-Slav, which I love playing with white. Astrobate plays knight to c3. This is the most dynamic move, putting maximum pressure on the center. The key here is that we haven't committed to d4, and so black can't just pretend it's just the normal semi-Slav necessarily. We haven't played d4, and we're not obliged to play d4 necessarily. It depends on what happens. So normally black now will play, like Rapport played against me, bishop d6. My win against Rapport, which all of you know, of course. Not. What else? Bishop e7, that was played against me in the World Senior 3 years ago by that Danish guy, where I g4'd him. Bishop d6, knight bd7. Knight bd7 is standard. Now black plays a6. This is a little bit unusual. So generally, if black was going to play a6, they would probably play it on the previous move before e6. Most people who play a6, they want to play a6, and they want to probably bring this bishop out to g4. So it's not common to see a6 with e6 necessarily, though I think it's not so bad. Now Astrobate reacted with the bad move. Black might oftentimes play b5. And, it's not easy to say how white should, deal with that. So, if you play d4, you're going to transpose straight up to an a6 Slav. The question is, what about other moves? Queen c2, bishop e2, bishop b2. Even a4 needs to be considered. a4 restricting b5. It's not a stupid idea, but it would dramatically weaken our b4 square. So what Astrobate did here with a3 is typical for him, but it doesn't really make tons of sense in this exact position. I mean, the only piece that's threatening to come to b4 here is the bishop, and if the bishop comes to b4, we really don't mind. If he wants to trade his dark square bishop for a knight on c3, that's fine by us. He has almost all of his pawns on white squares. So any kind of bishop e4 Nimzo type of thing is sort of illogical. Basically, I don't think you play the Nimzo with all your pawns on white squares. So Astrobate, I don't see any reason to play a6 here. He's not threatening knight a6, knight b4. He's not coming knight c6, knight b4. He's unlikely playing bishop b4, which leaves us with the conclusion as to why are you playing a3. Nefidov with 5 gifted subs. To Amy Michelle, the Atheologist, Anonymous Player, nice to see you, Anonymous, The Anonymous, Reno72, and Jim Lingu 02. So interesting stuff here. Anatoly Karpov with white against Marie Sivak. Karpov 2015. Karpov, a very esteemed member of the Russian Duma. In the last 20 years, Karpov plays mostly rapid and blitz. He quit playing serious chess. But still, I imagine Karpov would play bishop b2, and he did. Anyways, a3, he always liked to play rapid tournaments, like in France. He probably played Sibak there. So a3, a waste of time, not a terrible move. Now b5. Now the good thing about a3, Astrobate, is that you took a little bit of, you took away one of black's options to play b4, kicking your knight off of c3. I would say, you know, that's a move you can consider against b5, but you played it early. Now he played b5 anyway. All right. Now keep in mind, if you play bishop b2, black can open the b file, but that kind of isn't clear, like, if an open b file is better for white or for black. You can use the b file just as well as he could. So I would anticipate bishop b2 anyway, and perhaps queen c2 for you. But instead you played this. Guys, thanks for the gift subs from Nevyov. Now we're close to a hype train. Only 4 more donations necessary. Alright, we got a gift sub, a sub, or 100 bits or more. Astrobate 95, we talked about this. I'm going to say it again. Why are you always moving the same piece twice in the first 7 moves of the game? Here he did it again. Today I literally told him, you're always moving one of your pieces twice in the first 7 moves of the game. What move is it? Move 7. Move 11? No, move 7. Astrobate, please stop moving one piece 2 times in the first 7 moves, okay? So better to develop new pieces. That means queen c2, bishop b2, bishop e2. Even something like maybe rook b1 would be better than knight e5, I think. This knight is only likely to get exchanged off. Now I see you're on this pawn. And so if knight b7, you eat his pawn, you may netting a pawn, maybe netting a pawn there. But, you know, after, like, say bishop b7, which your opponent did not play, but just say he plays bishop b7, now this is coming in, it's bye-bye Mr. Knight on e5. So whatever you do, he's going to trade it off next move. And what did you gain from putting your knight on e5? You freed your f-pawn. That's about it. You know, the only benefit is freeing the f-pawn. You're freeing the bishop to come to f3. Not worth, like, wasting a tempo to trade a piece off with white. So knight e5 is a mistake here. But black decides to play b4. His own moving the same piece twice, right? Pawns are pieces too. I don't care if Jesse Cry agrees or not. Move 11. b4 looks bad. It looks bad. I mean, you're trading a b pawn for an a pawn. Can we get the Keith Arkle pawn value chart out? Wait. Maybe I have it in my wallet. You know how those people, like, they play blackjack? They have, like, a little chart. Like, they're consulting their chart. Like, man, you could do that in chess. Like, you get the Keith Arkle, like, pawn value chart out. Wait, the a pawn is worth, like, 1 point... No. A pawns are worth 0.8 pawns. That's cheating, dude. You got your Keith Arkle pawn value cheat sheet. I don't know if that just applies to endgames or not, but so the a pawn is worth less than the b pawn because it's, like, less close to the center. So basically this gives you an advantage of, like, 1/10 of a pawn. I would take without hesitation. You take without hesitation, he will recapture developing his bishop, and then we go here. Or alternatively, maybe like queen c2. I like white. And I don't think his bishop is all that well placed at b4. It's developed, but it's also very vulnerable to being attacked, Astrobate. You should definitely take. You played knight a4. Your knight is stuck on the side here. It's not great. In addition, there's a chance you're going to give him the option to reinforce his b pawn with the a pawn and make this exchange, you know, an equal exchange. So knight a4 is bad. Definitely better to take. And now black plays another weird move, queen d6. Okay, a 1-move threat against the knight on e5. This is not a great move. Not a terrible move, not a good move. Very dangerous move because he's leaving this hole open on b6. So actually you have knight b6 right away. And if he takes your knight with tempo, you could try d4, but this is looking problematic. Yeah, queen c7, knight e8 and queen b7, and he traps your knight, and he ends up netting a material gain. So knight b6 doesn't work. You got to think about it. Bishop b2 is fine. D4 maybe also good. F4 is a possibility. You went here. He played a5. Now b6 is a freebie. Winning the game, I think. You were not aware. Yeah, queen d6 was bad. And now knight b6 wins material. His only square is, well, he can give up the exchange. He should probably just give you an exchange with this, but it's horrible anyway. He missed the win. And then maybe he saw it, but now he should take with the pawn. Because now on knight b6, he has rook takes a1. And you have a huge advantage, but at least you're not winning a piece like in the previous line. So a takes b4, a mistake. Black plays c5. Sorry. A takes b4. White plays c5 now. And yeah, this is still strong, Asterbate. This looks really strong. He has to trade on a1. You get your queen to the a file. Now, how many squares does he have for his queen? Well, okay, his bishop's hanging. So how does he protect it? He has to move it. I guess bishop a6 or something. It looks like black is losing a piece. Maybe not. But in any case, black is in a very bad position here. So you played c5, closing up the lines. He plays queen e7. Terrible square. I mean, it's way more logical to go to c7 or d8. With queen e7, he's blocking his own bishop. He can't even get developed. Knight b6 takes, queen takes, and now this is bad. So it looks like his last chance here is maybe like queen b7. Keeping your queen from penetrating down there immediately. In that case, you have like knight takes, maybe queen a7, but black is staying alive. This is a nice shot here, but he can block the threats with a knight move. You're very close to winning, but I'm not sure it's so easy to finish him off. In the game, he played bishop b7, and after this, that looks pretty tough to answer. Okay, now his only move, he does have a move, queen c7. And I don't know how long that lasts. How long will he hold on after queen c7? You have some pretty nasty threats here. Knight a8. I'm not sure this makes any progress. But, I mean, it's just a matter of time. Looks very promising for white. Knight takes c6. Almost works. Oh, shit, it does work. Wow. That's a beautiful move. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, it's a beautiful move. Really beautiful. It doesn't work. All right. Would we have a win here? It feels like we should have a win here. I don't see it. Knight c6, knight c6. Knight e8, queen c8. I mean, you're better in all lines. I just don't see a way to blow him out. But anyway, all right, black plays queen a7, queen takes c5, dropping pieces with check. So queen takes b8, check, king e7, queen takes b7, check. And then a beautiful mate. And that's why he submitted this game. Not because it was a perfect game, because it was a beautiful mate. Elegant finish. That's all that matters for Asterbate, or the most important factor anyway. Okay, that was a little hors d'oeuvre. This is always Asterbate submits, not necessarily long games, or tense games, but ones that end with a cute mate. So indeed, A very nice finish with knight f7 check. Elegant. In the style of Nimzovich. Alright, so now we got Sun Prism, Snedsteg, Roger Butters. What does that remind me of Roger Waters? Roger Butters, Ego, and Mule Skinner. Cool mate. 42. Thanks for the gift sub, Astrobate. Why are Nefedov's gift subs not showing up? I guess I need to rephrase the question, Your Honor. I'll rephrase the question. Why are Nefedov's gift subs not showing up? Why are nothing showing up? Dude, that's weird. There's like discrimination against Nefedov. Did I just hallucinate? Nefedov gifted 5 gift subs. He gifted 5 subs, and they're not listed at the top. It just says Astrobate 1 gift sub. Dude, it's like, that's not fair. Is there like a huge delay or something? Poor Astrobate not getting credit for 5 gift subs. Mine's a messy game, but I think it was interesting. I don't know why it doesn't update the 5 gift subs from Nefedov. Weird. Maybe it's just really slow. You would think like Twitch would benefit from, you know, kind of running on a timely basis to encourage people to donate more and stuff. Nefedov's gift subs just disappeared. Alright, Sun Prism's up next. So we're black. He's black. It's the French defense. Yikes. Alright, e4. Yeah, French defense is always one of those openings that I kind of wanted to try, but I never really... It's hard. You know, it's hard. I think the French is hard to learn, and it takes a lifetime. Like Korchnoi, it took him a lifetime. It's not as bad as the Dutch. Like Astrobate started trying to play the Dutch. French and Dutch are both hard to learn. Alright, anyway. So, takes a commitment to learn the French. Anyway, d5, knight c3, knight f6. I think this is much more stable than the Winnower. I mean, it seems like if you want more complications, then you should play bishop b4. You know, if you want a solid game, then knight f6 is better. You know, I don't like the Rubinstein at all. So knight f6, probably best practical choice. e5, knight here. You know, very rarely I've seen games where people played knight e4. It's some sort of dubious sideline. Knight fd7, and then, okay, so this is the classical variation, f4. Classical Steinitz. So classical is knight f6. This is Steinitz. Okay, f4, correct. And then black usually plays c5. You know, there's really nothing else. It's funny though how little room there is for... It's funny how little room there is for creativity in certain openings. Like here, there's 13,289 games with c5, and then 44 games with a6. It's not a lot of room for originality here for black. You're giving white a big space advantage, and you have to strike back. The only alternatives being like a6, bishop e7, basically just a waiting move. a6 taking control of b5, but unnecessary. c5. Knight f3, and then white really doesn't play a lot of other moves there. Now knight c6, but actually I was thinking of my game for next week. Okay. I am not an expert on either side of the French, but I do seem to recall that a6 immediately is the move that scores the best for black here, Sun Prism. So, if we look at the statistics, it's a tie between a6 and queen b6. Okay, queen b6, I know nothing about that. But normally, you know, black's doing like knight c6 followed by a6. This is the kind of standard way, modern way of playing it. You're playing knight c6 followed by a6 and usually b5. But I noticed that there are players who will play a6 immediately. There shouldn't be a problem with that, right? Like, because you're going to do knight c6, a6, b5 anyway. Is there a disadvantage in playing a6 first? I mean, maybe white plays knight e2. Anyway, white can play knight e2. Like, on knight c6, knight e2 is the major, like, second major variation for white. So just something to think about. I don't know. But, I mean, this is... I know some strong players will do a6 first. Maybe it's a thought to kind of take players a little bit out of their normal move order. You don't have to commit to knight c6 immediately. I'm not a huge fan of bishop e7, but it's a move apparently. Here, knight c6, main line, and then you played c takes d4. So this is what's up with queen b6, right? Queen b6 is the poison pawn variation. Someone mentioned poison pawn variation. I never played the classical French for black. This, though, this is a line, knight a4, queen a5 check. So this line is not considered... Yeah, this is the old line. Okay, this is the old line. Yeah, so this is the Pisac line, right? C takes d4, b4. This was trendy in the early 90s. Considered refuted, but, you know, notice, like, Duda. Is he playing? He was playing something weird, like b6. I looked at this with move 11, maybe. So Duda tried to, like, rehabilitate this by using this idea of b6. Although he was obviously not the inventor of it. It's been played by, well, Volkov in 2008. You know, Volkov was many times in the Russian not Soviet, but Russian championship. Strong player, a hardcore French dude. Yeah, we give Duda credit for something that someone else played well before him. But anyway, so queen b6 is a sort of poison pawn grabby lie. A6 is the trendy move, and I think, you know, that's what you should probably play objectively. What you played here, you know, it's like, this is like the lame variation. Now we can see there's Carlsen, Nakamura, Caruana, Shirov, Nakamura. I didn't realize Hikaru has that many Frenches. There's 3 games between the period of 2011-2013. I guess this is considered to be a main line. I never liked that black exchanging on d4 so early. What is it the great Jacob Agard said? We shouldn't exchange unless we get something for it. We shouldn't release the tension unless we get something for it. First conceived by Danish and Scottish Grandmaster Jacob Agard. No one ever thought of that before. He coined that idea. A6, I like this best. Alright, anyway. Playing from the white side, Sun Prism, I feel A6 is the best. I felt like, you know, I played some strong players like Blitz games with Bruges and Akobian, for example. He played A6 against me. Alright, anyways. Releasing the tension. Knight takes d4. Aha! So you didn't play trading everything. That's super lame. The super lame is like knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop c5. The please I want to draw by trying to trade all the pieces, but white retains this very strong, you know, Steinitzian control of d4 and maintains an advantage, you know, long into the endgame. Interesting, there's a Duda game with white. Good idea, bro. Hodek. So, alright, you don't want to do that. So you played either bishop c5 or queen b6. But queen b6 looks trickier than bishop c5 because you're threatening the b2 pawn. So this is called SLADGIE variation. Now white can play a3, the Nigel Short method of like defending the b pawn, because on queen takes, knight a4 traps the queen. The problem with a3 is that it's not a very constructive move for white and slightly weakening. So I've played this line with white. a3, bishop c5, knight a4, queen a5 check again, you know, and then c3. I remember this being a game, the Alexei of Ivanchuk from 2005. Bishop takes d4, bishop takes d4. This was analyzed in Informant. Actually, that's why I know that game. Back in the day when I still got the Chess Informant, the Alexei of Ivanchuk game was one of the last, I think like literally one of the last chess informators that I ever like studied. Paper Chess Informant. So that game was in there. That was like probably relatively new at the time. Or some new idea by Ivanchuk, some improvement. You can play this way, but your opponent doesn't. He plays queen d2, and this is a so-called poison pawn. Once, 25 years ago on Chess Network, we were forced to play these like banter chess games with other title players, mostly GMs, and I had to play the frickin' poison pawn or classical French. I had no idea what I was doing here. I was like white and had literally no idea what I was doing because I had never played queen e2 and allowed queen takes b2, and I don't remember who I was playing against. It just, yeah. I mean, it feels like a Najdorf. Alright, queen takes b2, so rook b1, and now queen a3, and then bishop b5. So it looks like this is widely considered to be the main line. Yeah, I don't remember what I played here with white against the dude, and I don't even remember who it was. I think it was a Canadian player, one of the Canadian IMs. I think playing black against me back in like 2001. But I didn't even know that like bishop b5 was white's main line. Not a lot of people play this line with black, and I'm not really an e4 player anyway. So this is interesting. Balag Imre 2023 losing with black. I just played his dad last Friday. Couldn't beat the dad. Now they combined have like a 2-1 score against me. Queen takes a2 is my chance to even my Balag Imre score, but draw. Queen takes a2. This line, you know, statistically looks pretty dangerous for black. Goes back to 1986, and probably older than that, since I would guess there's even older games. Tony Kostin against Milan Drashko from 86. Mule Skinner, thanks. So what are we supposed to do on this? You have to take the pawn. There's no Nigel Short rook sacrifices now. You have to take the pawn. The point is, like, you're on his rook. So what's the computer say? It's zeros. It's zeros. Rook b3. And then a novelty for black is black. This is a very obvious move, actually. Rook b8 has never been played. This is really bizarre. I mean, honestly, let's play rook b8 and not get our rook and our king forked by knight Knight c7. Who would have imagined that was a move? Anyway, so there's stuff to investigate there. It looks like knight on cb5 maybe catches people. It looks like it catches people off. What happened here? Queen takes a2. So this move, rook d1, knocked off Caruana, Bala-Gimre, Friedman, and Volkov. Okay, that's a little concerning. Even though the computer doesn't like it, it's just like a who's who of lost with black here. Well, Volkov's down to 24.53. Rating inflation. Volkov was 26.50, and he's not that old. He's like my age. Well, he was probably even higher than 26.50. But anyways, dude is really pissing me off with the challenge there. Okay. Do not challenge me while I'm doing analysis stream. Rook b8, knight c7 check. So this is Firouzja Caruana, later repeated in the Bala game. Oh my god, bro. Really, I'm going to have to ban you. What are you doing, dude? So, flip the board. Yeah, I don't want to have to, like, turn off challenges every time I do a stream, like, analyzing. But what kind of an idiot really, like, challenges you, and then when you decline the challenge, challenges you again? Do you think I, like, accidentally declined your challenge? And I like when these teenagers or kids, they're like, challenge you, challenge you, challenge you, challenge you, challenge you. Are you trolling me or what, dude? Like, one challenge is enough. You know, maybe 2 was an accident, but like 4 or 5, now you're really trolling me. It's such a pain to like turn off my challenges, and then I go to play and it's like, oh no, I have the challenges turned off, I forgot. Alright, so here you're supposed to play king d8. This looks fun. But look, man, I mean, you're the one playing queen b6. Wow. That's impossible. That's a different player. You guys see that? In the upper right hand corner, I got another challenge. Another player to ban. Funny though, it's a different time control. He must have his 5-0 account and his 3+2 account. And he challenged me on the other one. What a jerk. Okay. So, you know what, Sun Prism? This is a dangerous line. But it's dangerous for both sides. Very interesting. Alright, anyway, we're way afield. So, you know, he played the main line. If you're going to play queen b6, grab pawns on b2, you got to know what you're doing. Anyway, the opponent didn't go into that knight b5. Looks like the rook d1 is a new idea. Relatively new. Okay, now knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. I remembered this a little bit. a6, here, and now here. So what's wrong with queen a5? Okay, the point is like bishop takes d7 check. But I just want to check this. Because, you know, you should not take anything for granted. Queen a5 would allow our queen to come to c7. The problem is bishop takes d7 check. Bishop takes d7. Oh shit. George. My old friend George lost. Jorge. Lost in 1995. Oh my god. Wow. Bishop e6. Oh, that's a disaster. Probably an online blitz game or something. He wouldn't have let that happen over the board. Jorge was a great blitz player. It had to have happened in a blitz game. But what I was wondering was, if queen a5, yeah, your queen gets trapped. Alright, answer is that question. So you have to come back to e7. And now bishop takes d7 check looks like it's a mistake. So you take with the queen. Your queen's never getting trapped. How's your development doing? You may have to sit down. Well, you shouldn't be playing this variation if you don't want to sit down and learn theory. This is clearly extremely theoretical. You're behind in development in a dangerous position, grabbing a pawn with your king in the center. Maybe you can win, but you better know what you're doing. You need to contact Twitch or something. No actual gift subs were made. That is so weird. Nefedov sent me gift subs, like ghost gift subs. Maybe your credit card got declined or something, Nefedov. Make sure your credit card didn't get declined, or you got any kind of notification, let me know. Otherwise, I'll look into it, but you should also check. Just make sure you didn't get, make sure you didn't get charged. Or can you tell if you got charged? We should both make sure. But I appreciate, it's the thought that counts, Pavel. Of course they appeared in the chat. They appeared in my my Streamlabs. You have a very good credit rating. And you was charged. Oof. That's crazy. Well, credit rating, whatever, man. The best credit rating in the world, but your credit card can still block a charge because it doesn't have to do with your credit rating. It has to do with like your credit card company being suspicious of some charge possibly being fraudulent. It's not about your credit rating. It's about the safety measures the credit card companies have in place and stuff, but I don't know why that would happen. I mean, that was extremely weird. It was there and then it was gone. We will investigate. So bishop takes d7 check. Bad move. White's supposed to play bishop a4, apparently. And so now we follow these games. Actually, original game, Topalov Nakamura, 2011. Black could play b5. You're begging for a piece sacrifice. Wow, Hikaru lost like this against Nakamura. Very dangerous. So obviously, if b5 is not a threat, then bishop a4 is a good move. Your opponent didn't know that, so he plays bishop d7. But this gives away all of White's initiative. The young Abdumalik played it. Bishop takes d7. Okay, so the idea is White sees... What is the idea of it, actually? Okay, I'm a little confused now, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. Both players here played bishop takes d7. What do you think? a4, a5? Streamlabs is always under investigation, but it's not about Streamlabs. I mean, these are Twitch donations. These were live donations on Twitch. Nefedov has been flagged as a terrorist organization, apparently. Bishop takes d7. Queen takes d7. So why isn't this an option for black? Getting out of the way of our bishop to develop, stopping knight a4. The only thing I can think of is that maybe white plays like a4, trying to play a5 or something. I mean, what's the problem with queen takes? What am I missing here? I mean, it may be that bishop takes is okay, but damn. So that transposes back into the other variation somehow. But can someone explain to me why this is bad? I mean, it's going to take us time to get our bishop out, but we also have b5. What can white do? Like queen e3, bishop c5. We have queen c6. Okay, rook b6 there, maybe. It still looks playable. Yeah, dude. It's actually the best move. So how weird is that? Like, queen takes d7 is the best move, yet random 2200s played the wrong move. So why? I blame Chessable. You know what the coincidence is? Look, this is the better move according to Stockfish, and also logic, in my opinion. But the other players played the move that leads back into theory with bishop takes d7 somehow. So, like, they only remembered the theoretical variation. They can't think for themselves. This is better. It makes complete sense. Of course I would play queen takes. And you're fine after that. Why did you take with the bishop? The same thing? Like you remembered it as something? As such? This looks fine for black. I don't know why anybody would voluntarily take with the bishop here. You just want to give them the pawn back? I mean, what the heck, man? It doesn't even make sense. So this is weird. Oh, Testosterone sent me a game. Hey, man, it's Turkey Farm. Will analysis board work? Yeah. Hey, Turkey Farm. Can anyone not donate 5 gift subs? You know what it is? I figured out what it is. Nefidov's always late. It's not that his gift subs didn't go through, they're just late. Alright. Let's go back. So, Sun Prism, I think it's funny that you took with the bishop. With the tournament players, and you're like, oh, I should sit down and learn some theory. Why would you take with the bishop? Or maybe the better way of phrasing the question is, why wouldn't you take with the queen? Everything's better about taking with the queen. You free up your dark square bishop. You can castle kingside with bishop e7, castle kingside. Okay, if I wasn't losing my b7 pawn, I wouldn't mind taking with the bishop. But that's weird, man. Queen takes is better. You and the other 2 players didn't do it. And now white transposes back to theory with rook takes b7. So is it chessable? Are you guilty of like memorizing chessable lines? Now queen d8, 117 moves where this position's been played. 117 games. Oh my god, they're all draws, dude. Castles, queen c8. So structurally black is a little better. You're obviously behind in development. You have a solid bad bishop here. It's a good defender. This is a very good defender. It's absolutely fine what you did, but it's just funny. Now rook b3. This is like a random player over the board. I mean, on lead chess. Rook b3. And now bishop c5. And this is controversial because you're trading a good bishop for a bad bishop. Well, active bad bishop on d4. But you have the better structure. And I can't underestimate, you know, how strong this pawn is on d5. You know, it's such a strong long-term asset. The only thing is if white breaks with f5, what are you going to do? It's very possible you're going to have to cave and like take and break your structure. So if I were white, I would probably play f5. There's Sakyan again, the guy who beat Bala Gimre. He's like the expert. If we take on f5 though, we get hammered by knight takes d5. So apparently you're supposed to play bishop takes d4 check, queen takes, and then queen c4. Draw please variation. Trade pieces as fast as possible. White's pawn structure is kind of gone, you know. So it's not clear that the knight is almost that much better than the bishop, because the structure's not like fixed anymore. He doesn't have d4 e5 pawns, or he doesn't have a total lockdown on these squares for long. Your bishop on d7 isn't necessarily going to be bad. as more pawns start to evaporate from the position. So that seems best. Bishop c5, and now white with the TN here, king h1. Slow but very logical move. So you trade, and then according to theory, you're supposed to go queen c4 and offer a draw. No, I mean according to the history of this variation, that's the idea. So you did trade, but you didn't play queen c4. Okay, fine. The only thing is f5, you're going to have to react quickly. Good thing about queen c4 is it also reinforces d5. It hits his rook on f1. It threatens a trade of queens. Trade of queens is probably okay for you. Trade of queens is okay for you. Okay, you've got to watch this, but look at his pawn structure. I suppose you're going to have to sacrifice the c4 pawn. For example, rook b4. What's a disaster? This gets in here, and we're worse. So I think your priority here is just not to let the knight get to e4. So you have two moves. Bishop b5, inducing a4, or just like bishop c6 directly. At least two moves. You should be fine here. My computer doesn't like either of my two moves. Alright. It wants to go another way. How bad is this? Bishop c6, rook takes c4. Ah, that's the point. So bishop c6, rook d1 is better. And now he's getting in here. He doesn't have to rush to take the pawn. So it looks like what you have to do is castle. That's what you did. How did you know that? Not to play queen c4. And now f5, and now queen c4 is good. That's good to remember. So the queen c4 isn't so good until he plays f5. Now it's good again. But your f6 is fine too. But in another variation, that's what the computer was going to advocate. After bishop takes d4, queen takes d4. If you don't play queen c4, you can castle, and the plan is f6, which is fine. You know, it's a very standard plan. Anyways, he castles, you played f5, and then you could have played queen c4, but you played f6, which is also fine. Takes, and the position is really pretty equal now. I mean, dude, these pawns are weak. This pawn is weak. This pawn is weak. Clearly what's going to happen here in most cases, like all the queenside pawns are going to evaporate. It's going to be a draw. Those pawns are all going to fall. Everybody's pawns are going to fall on the queenside in the center, and it's got to be a draw. I mean, both sides would really have to play badly here to lose, I think. So white just plays a neutral move, h3. One issue for white is that rook is undefended. I'm not crazy about that rook being undefended. Maybe he couldn't move the rook because you're threatening rook takes f5. Like, he could move the rook like this. That's a move, right? We're all afraid of ghosts on the back rank. Ooh, the ghost is going to checkmate you on the back rank. Ooh. Queen c1. Yeah, well, ghosts aren't real. There's no back rank mate. The problem with his move is at least his rook's still unprotected, so he still can't release the tension here. Now you played queen c4. So he takes. He goes there, because I expected like rook b4. And then, yeah, you played the weird bishop e5. Not so weird, but I mean, he has a4. Oh, you didn't play bishop e5. Alright, I played the weird bishop e5. No, okay. This is logical. You could play bishop e5, and it's probably a draw, but don't give him a4 for free. So this is fine. And your bishop's clearly better than his knight. And you're threatening pawn takes f5. Whoops. We have a problem here. That's not good, dude. What he just did is not good. So, he doesn't have to trade queens. Maybe he can avoid trading queens somehow. But, yeah, it looks like the last move, the h3, was really a big problem. So, take, rook b4. Now what do you do? Well, stupid question, stupid answer. I mean, you're probably going to play rook c8, defending the pawn. And it looks like you're probably very possibly winning a pawn. No, because he has rook d1 now. So what's up, man? Maybe you should just take the pawn. You'll just have to take the pawn. You do have to watch knight d5. So, like, okay, rook f5, pawn f5, rook takes c4 now. Who's better? Only black can be better. With a better structure and bishop versus knight. It's probably still a draw, but white's going to have to defend really well. Yeah, that's amazing how bad h3 was. So rook b7, bishop c6, and now he's like losing his f pawn for nothing. Jeez, that's not good. Rook f4. That's annoying. Very annoying move. So you played bishop b5. But objectively, like, I don't know if it's worth it. You play bishop b5, he can just play a4, right? This doesn't really do anything. So what should you do? You're better. Chess Riddle, what's up? Astrobate gifting a tier 1 sub to Chess Riddle. So Astrobate's gift subs go through, and Nefedov gets rejected. What's up with that? It's discrimination. It's just some kind of weird... It must have been some kind of weird transaction thing, Nefedov. Just send me another 5. Just send me another 5. And we'll see if it works. Why not, like, rook d8, giving us access to d2? Whoops. Whoa, what happened here? Giving us access to d2. Okay, so rook d8, rook takes c4, and then the wonderful world of rook d6. What else? You have f4, f3. He is better. Winning, maybe not. You're better. Unfortunately, it's not that much. So this is funny. White, like, didn't see a4 or something, first off. He goes knight d5. Maybe knight d5 is fine, actually. You played rook d6. I mean, it's more dangerous than playing a4, going after the c pawn. So he plays rook takes, and then rook d8. Objectively, it's a draw. And now knight e7 check. Only move. So, okay. What did he gain? He got his pawn back, but now he has no back rank threats. His knight has no squares to move to. Literally. Check it out. Okay, he has d5. White's best move. Knight d5 fails to g6. Or is that a perpetual? Can I play this? Oh, man. That's nasty. If he goes back to d5, if you play g6, are you lost? Their knight here? Yikes. That's not a happy moment. Oh, look, I won a rook. mate. Wow. So this position was reached. And now white, if I were white, I would be worried about my knight being trapped. Because look, he doesn't have g6. It doesn't look like he has d5. He doesn't have c6. No c8. Actually, he has knight c8. It's not great. Okay, but he has it. But he plays rook f7, which is tempting. No really concrete threat, though. Like, so the worst thing he can do is, like, knight f5. You have bishop e8 getting mated in 1. That's always good. This is a great move. When in doubt. Yeah, one good thing is you're controlling g6. So you played h6. He hung a knight. Move 31. He hung a knight. Oh. So what's happening in reality? It's a draw. He hung a knight. It's like an Astrobate game. And his final move was knight g6 check, rook takes g6, and white resigned. Yeah, an anticlimax. So, but in reality, what's happening? Knight f5. Bro, this sucks because rook f6 is mate. Here. That's not mate. What am I talking about? Rook f6, you have that. You have that. That's still ugly though. Rook f6, pawn f6, knight takes h6. That's not great, but you're okay. You're not getting you know, Arabian mated. You're probably better here. You're not better. Oh my god, you are getting Arabian mated. Shit. He has knight g4, knight f6. Damn, you're losing this position. Wow. So do you have a defense? Okay. Rook f6 doesn't work. Rook g6 doesn't work. So the computer says, yeah, you had this. Yeah, very anticlimactic. This is still an issue, though, because apparently this is the best move, but why can't he take your pawn? Anyway. So that's even more awkward. Rook takes. Yeah, he has to take with a knight, and then you get counterplay. Again, the only thing that can happen is the Arabian mate, so here. You've got to watch out for that. So say he goes knight h5. What are you supposed to do? Ah. So you have to be careful to avoid Arabian mates. You know, to get out, knight f6 check, king f8. And now you can never lose. Yeah. Okay, not a deserved victory. Okay, it was an interesting game, but objectively, like, neither side should have won this game. It was pretty equal. Snedsteg is up next. We're going to do a deep investigation into Nefedov's missing donations. But in the meantime, Nefedov, throw me another 10 or so. Oh, wait. What? Oh, yeah, you see they're on the list. Just give me another 10. Beautiful Quotes is back with a new account. Are you trolling me? Mr. Coffee's following. I'm not Catholic. An American Pope, Donald Trump, has been elected. All right. So we've got Snedsteg against Escola. Snedsteg is white. Yeah, another French, as you said. But this one's a winnower. Okay, d4, d5, knight c3, bishop b4. So Snedsteg, is this OTB? Why is your Game not in my messages. Here, game submitted. Yeah, Swedish District League, which I assume is live. Right. It's not Memorex. Swedish District League. Oh, weird. There's a voice chat option in. Is that always there? Bishop e4 check. Hello? So Snedsteg with main line. Black plays c5, also main line, a3. And now the old classical main line, bishop takes c3. Because people play bishop a5, you know. This is considered bad. Although I think that Yul Skinner is guilty of having played this against me at some point in the distant past. Bishop a5 too. Bishop a5 seems to be okay. C takes d4 is not. This is main line. Takes. And now black has, you know, different moves. So knight e7 is the main line. Botvinnik like queen c7. Queen c7 has the highest winning percentage for both sides. Whenever black plays queen c7, you know, there's the idea of like defending the g7 pawn laterally. Not just Botvinnik, I mean, or Botvinnik. Sorry, Nefedov. I know how sensitive you are about my Russian pronunciation. Botvinnik. So yeah. I mean, a lot of players played that. There's also queen a5, where black sometimes places the queen on like a4. Alright, so Yul Skinner has switched to the classical. Well, I think your best bet is to play both and keep people off. You don't want, you know, those 1,500 Spanish kids to like know what's coming. Never say never. Like you said, I just play knight f6. You should play both. I think the bishop a5 was okay. You know, never give it up completely. Keep it in the, you know, as a backup. You don't want to be completely predictable. Nefedov with the Schliemann, there's like 12-year-olds in the local league who now know like 35 moves of Schliemann theory because Nefedov plays that. Got to be careful. But anyway, okay, knight e7, and now, as you guys know, there's queen g4, a4, quiet move knight f3, and then the modern sort of h4. So we have here, you know, 4 major variations. I've always been more of a knight f3, a4 player. h4 is the newer line, and queen g4 is the sharpest, and it takes... The problem is, Chess Riddler, that, you know, you have to spend a lot of time on this. You know, probably takes lifetimes to learn the theory of queen g4. So, I never had, you know, enough time to study that, as I'm not really an e4 player. Knight f3 is more positional. Queen a5, bishop d2, and there's also, you know, queen d2 that Smyslov famously played. No, it wasn't Smyslov. It was Smyslov. Smyslov's collected games 35 to 57. Yul Skinner, I mean, the theory of those lines is so complex, like, I don't even know, you know. I wouldn't even dare to play it with white, because black has to know exactly what they're doing. If they didn't, they wouldn't be playing this opening, hopefully. Black has to know even more than white, but white has to know what he's doing too. No, queen d2 is considered quiet. You know, bishop d2 is more aggressive. I am very surprised here, though, that black has a plus score. Now he doesn't. Now he does, yeah. Black has a plus score in this position. So apparently because of the move bishop d6 or b6, plus score, doesn't that seem a little excessive? Black has a plus score. All these games start like white losing at the lower games. Alex Dunn lost in the World Open to Julio Astos. Yeah, well, I guess strong players don't play queen d2 too much, but I was always inspired by Smyslov. He probably did it in a slightly different position. You know, I think when Smyslov played it, it was like knight c6, a4, queen a5, queen d2. See, this is very slightly different. Now it's better than in the other variation. What's the difference, really? So it's the fact that the knight is not on c6 yet. So with the knight on c6, maybe black has better chances of playing for like bishop a6, b6, and bishop a6. So this is really considered inaccurate here, queen d2, because of b6, and I would assume the idea of bishop a6. It doesn't matter. I mean, bishop d2 is normal. Now knight on bc6, now a4, this is normal, and now we're going to get into kind of a standard line. But does anybody here recall I'm thinking like Tal Korchnoi, Spassky, maybe Spassky Tal. But Spassky normally played queen g4. Although he might have played this too. Come to think of it. Spassky probably played both, you know, knight f3 and queen g4. But I just remember, like Spassky taking on c5, which is, it's, let's say on the next move, bishop d7. Nobody did it in this position. Just Nisty and Nibor. Maybe a move later. Let's say like bishop b2, f6. We play c4. Okay, what about queen c7? Still, there's no examples of taking on c5. The thing about taking on c5, while it seems like a bad idea, it might not be such a bad idea in all positions, because the bishops really kind of open up. I don't remember the exact position where Spassky did it, and I don't remember if it was against Tal. Didn't a 3-year-old triple his pawns against Karpov? Spassky Korchnoi is the top game in the list right now. So let's see how that went. So it did not, that game didn't include d takes c5. In Spassky Korchnoi 1977, this was candidates match for the World Championship. f6, c4, queen c7, e takes f6, g takes f6, cd5, knight d5. So that's, yeah, now there's some games with d takes c5, but it's not, Leon Letterman versus Korchnoi 1978. That dude was playing in the World Senior 65 plus. No, different position I was thinking of. But I just want everyone to understand, okay, general principle here. Of course, we're looking for c4 with the queen on a5. But there are positions where white will anti-positionally take on c5 to just kind of generally open up the two bishops. Anyway, this is a mainline position, a4. Black plays bishop d7, and now you played c4. So it looks like this move is rarely played. And there's Faro do Shandor versus Eric Cook. They're here right now at the recent tournament for Saturday, April. So 2000. Yeah. But it looks like c4 is incorrect. You're not supposed to play it that early. It's probably okay. So I keep thinking this is Muleskinner's game. It's not. It's Snedsteg against Eshkola. So c4 is early. It's a logical move. But we're supposed to get developed. So, you go bishop d3. By the way, you can do this. And if c4, it's fine. You go back. Smyslov even had a game where he went back to f1. And then redeployed the bishop out to h3. And like, just to emphasize, for example, there's Emanuel Berg versus Akison from Swedish Championship 2004. By the way, Emanuel Berg is a French player. Just saying. He would understand how to play with white, but it still looks like bishop e2 is kind of the standard move. Don't be afraid of c4 necessarily, is all I'm saying. So c4 early. I've never seen anyone do this early. Queen c7. That seems forced. Okay, so there's a very recent game. The Dutch girl, Eline Roberts, lost to a low-rated player in 2024. And Eric Cook, who's a longtime Winnower player, he wasn't a very strong player, but he did beat me at least twice. Cookie Monster lost against Faro do Shandor with black here. I don't think there's anything better than Queen c7. And now after c takes d5, you have to take... Well, you have to think about this. Do you want to take with a knight and have no stability in the center? Or do you want to take with a pawn? I'm kind of like leaning toward taking with the pawn. I mean, 3 out of 4 moms took with the knight, but I mean, where's the knight going? You're just like going to go back to e7? I guess knight takes isn't so bad. The idea is if white tries to blow you away, well, we'll see in the game what happened. This is safer, in my opinion. Though white might have a long-term advantage. It looks a little bit safer. It feels like black did something wrong then. I mean, is this really the best variation? Bishop d7. So your c4 idea, but this is still the main line. It's surprising how few people have played c4. Is black missing anything here? There's no other option. You have to play this. And then c takes d5. How about e takes? E takes, and then white played c3. Black castled. Yeah, white looks better. White just looks better. It begs the question, like, how bad is Snedsteg's move? I mean, if c4 is good, then why don't more people play it? I don't understand why there's just 5 games where this has been played. I mean, it actually looks pretty good. Maybe I know, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Maybe there's something here. Hold on. So, hold on a sec. After this, there's one move that we're overlooking. Wait a minute. Boys and girls, I'm not using the engine. Is it possible that the knight takes d4 is a good move? No, right? Because knight takes d4, queen takes e5 check, and you have knight e2, and white's out of luck. Just for a second I thought, oh, maybe there's something there. No. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if 5 people missed this, or 4 people missed this. So there's no tricks, there's no knight takes. Well, that's stupid anyway, you have d6. Just double refutation. Yeah, duh. Alright, so you have take with the pawn. Well, you have take with the pawn. Okay, c3. Now, maybe black has a better move than the stupid castles here. What's the theme? Putting pressure on the white center. So castles, I don't think Murillo should play castles. This is no time for routine chess here. Black needs to do something now. You know, you need to get some pressure on the white center. So let's talk about this position. Why did black lose? He castled. Well, let's just let white completely consolidate his center. You know, what move doesn't let white consolidate his center? White has what? Yeah, d6. Whatever. This position, I saw that eventually. Here's the obvious question. What do we do after bishop g4? I'm feeling like I'm having a flashback to Uber Driver's latest effort against me. Boys and girls, I'm afraid we might be a little bit overextended here. What do we do after bishop g4? This seems like a legitimate problem. Does anybody in the peanut gallery have a suggestion? Because, like, either you get it down the c file, the d4 pawn is hard to protect. You know, bishop e5 is just a stopgap. It's going to be hanging next move after castles, then you castle. So rook c1, interesting suggestion from Sensteg. No using the computer. Okay, rook c1, another stopgap solution. A good idea, but only temporary. So I think that now black, there's some drawbacks to rook c1. What if I play queen d7? You think here, for example. Kick it. Kick it! Tribe Called Quest. So, yeah, I agree. Rook c1 may be a good try. There could be some problems, like a4 is weak or whatever. But clearly this is better than what the dude did. I mean, there's no way in a million years that castles is better than bishop g4. But it's only 0.1. It's actually so close. You can only separate it with like a stick of butter. Damn, it's so close that bishop g4 is just fractionally better than castles. It's 0.0, and castles is 0.1 advantage to white. But I think that the point is, the bigger point is that we're right. You know, we are right that taking with the pawn is better than taking with the knight. I can't emphasize enough how important it is to have a strong pawn in the center. And, you know, Eileen Robers and Murillo and all these, and Eric Cook. Eric Cook played the frickin', it's unbelievable. He played the winner his whole life, and he takes with the knight here, you know. not as stable as pawn takes. People are way too afraid of like isolated pawns. You know, I would definitely play e takes. So anyway, the interesting thing is after your knight takes now, everyone else played c3, and that's fine. Honestly, the opponent of Ruber's, another player Vujovic and Frogashani, they all played c3, which is fine. I mean, white has a strong center, and the two bishops, and white is a little bit better. That's enough reason for me. You went for more. You tried to kind of blow this guy away. But I don't know if this is sound or not. Now you're playing the three pawns. Now it's the Aliyah King's defense, right? Knight on d to e7. Your move is interesting and dynamic, though. Black's idea is that white e5 pawn is overextended, like a Nimzovich Sicilian. Clearly c3 was fine. The question is c4. Is it any good? Is it better? Or is it worse? So you decided to just, let the e5 go. And, well, obviously it's not forced, but I was having trouble, seeing how you're going to hang on to it. Because black has knight g6 as well. But I do think that you should consider, violent options here. Always consider violent options. We have to consider forcing moves. So like d5. d5 is an option. When black can either take or take on d5. I don't know. They're both possible. But other than that, trying to hang on to the e5 pawn, it looks like a lost cause. Bishop d3. You try to play it like a Nimzovich type of gambit. Theoretically, you could do something like bishop d3, pawn takes d4, queen e2, knight g6, bishop takes g6. Hate doing that. Here. Not inspiring. Not inspiring. So, yeah, either like the d5 like shove creates chaos, or you did the best practical thing. But objectively, probably the old c3 would be my recommendation. We'll see how this works out for you. After d takes c, speaking of Spassky, with the pawn structure from hell, right? But two bishops. Knight takes e5. It's playing like you're playing like a Sicilian. Bishop c3. And now, obviously, black can trade here. Trading pawns is always good when you're getting your ass kicked. And trading pieces, I mean. Queen takes. Trading pieces looks like a legitimate option here for black. My first instinct is to trade. Your dark square bishop is very dangerous. But, I mean, what happens, like, after f6, obviously? You have check. See, the thing is, it's like there's dead ends all over the place for these bishops. Now, obviously, black can castle either way, depending on what happens. So he decides to play knight on 7 g6. I guess it's okay. You take, he takes. Oh, you went into queen d6, but I feel like this is actually a little bit like safe. I was expecting you to play something more aggressive. Continue, just attacking without trading anything. Of course, fixing your pawns is nice, but you can force them to fix your pawns. That's your basic idea here. It's probably okay. My gut instinct is that black has a pretty strong blockade. And he's possibly okay. But all right. I don't know that you have anything better. I mean, you can try to go for like queen h5, right? What's happening after queen h5? Black slightly better according to the computer. Well, okay. Knight g6. You have to get your king out of the center. So let's say, I don't know where to go. Yeah, it's much more dangerous than playing queen d6. So let's see. Queen d6, queen d6, pawn d6. Okay. It looks like an endgame that arose from like an Aliakhine defense. We've got 6 pawns each. You have the 2 bishops, but he has a really solid looking blockade. Does he have to play f6? And it looks like the answer is yes. He has to play f6. So now you smash his pawns, and he'll be putting his bishop on here. c5, protecting the pawn on d6, can be undermined by b6. So what do we do? Bishop d3. You played bishop d3. You have to get your pieces developed, and g3 is not better. So here's the question. Why did black not play bishop c6 now? I guess maybe he didn't want to block his bishop is blockading. It's true. So he goes rook c8. You castled. He went rook c5, preemptively defending his pawn. You played rook fe1. He plays castles. See, I'm a little bit suspicious of this. You know, it's nice. It's nice to have this blockade with the bishop on d7, but I mean, maybe he should think about this and like king on d7. I guess the e5 pawn just falls. But you're threatening the d6 pawn. It's not so simple. You know, you've got it. What are you going to do? It's not so simple. So this is... I want to sound like a bee. I see so many people end up with their king out of play. And I think this is a tough call, man. You know, a lot of people, they'll always like castle in an endgame. But I'm sure he was thinking he wanted to keep the blockader there. You know, okay, fine. He can probably activate his rook through f8 on the f file. The irony is that in some cases maybe he's better off playing rook f8 than castling, to be honest. But still, yeah. The king can play role of blockader. But it's obvious what he was thinking, right? He gets his rook to the c file. That's great. He gets his rook there. That's great. But nothing's attacking the pawn on d6 here. a5. Okay. Bishop c6 now. Now he's threatening rook. Well, rook d8 can be answered by rook d1. His king is out of play, as is yours. Yours can approach the center pretty quickly. So you played a6 here, just, I guess, so your pawn wouldn't be hanging so you can move your rook. Not ideal, though. You know, your pawn is going to be, like, fixed on a light square. So that's going to be a liability. Although you do have a passed pawn. And if the bishops get traded, you know, maybe it doesn't matter. So rook a d1, rook d8, and now really scary move, f4. Wow. He can't take on d6 because the bishop takes h7 check, unless he wants to sack the exchange, which is not out of the realm of possibility. But again, I think he made a big mistake castling. f4. If I take this, you take, check, king takes, king way out of play, rook takes c4, threatening rook c2, probably not enough for us, for black. Yeah, it's lost. So I think I criticize him for castling. But f4, really nice idea. Now he plays e4, okay. That's maybe best. Takes. Rook takes c4, bishop takes c6, rook takes c6, rook takes e6. He has b5, he has an outside passed pawn. Man, this guy's got to be regretting castling, dude. And now rook d7. Oh no, you played f5. Okay. Oh no. But is f5 enough? He played f5, king f7. But why is this guy not playing b5? Here, I mean, this is his last chance. He's tied down. Is there some reason why he can't play b5 now? I'm not understanding. If b5, rook e7. Oh, I see. But still, that's not enough. Oh, rook e7 doesn't do anything. Looks like b5 is okay. b5 was okay. He has to. I mean, he has to get counterplayed. Come on, man. King f7. Okay. He plays b5. Wow. Is it too late? So b5, you're going to do g4 anyway? Is this what you're saying? Like in the game? And if he takes? But I'm just not convinced like this is a big deal. He has two connected passed pawns on the queen side. Apparently it's a draw. Check this out. b4, g6. Is a good plan. hg, fg. Now he has to be like super careful. Rook d8. Look at this. h4, b3, h5, b2. Draw. Obvious draw. Unbelievable. Yeah, so it's very sharp, but black shouldn't lose. But you were fine, but you weren't winning quite. Yeah, f5, he plays king f7, g4, he plays b5, g5, b4. And now you didn't go with g6 check, you defended your rook. Yeah. Okay, he prevented g6 check in the other variation. Defended your rook, and he takes on d6. Oh, God. He got mated. King f7 was such a good move. He got mated here. Oh my God. So, is there any hope for black? Damn. What am I gonna do? G6? Check. Oh. G6 check. Here. check. Takes. Takes. Rook c8. Shit. Rook here. King f7. Can we like check this variation? You're winning. Oh, you're winning. Okay. So he doesn't play rook f6, he plays rook e7. Rook e7. Rook e7 check. I missed this. And now king f8. Wow. Holy shit. Rook takes a7, and if rook takes d6, you're gonna queen. Even f6 is winning, apparently. Yeah, that's really subtle the way he lost the king f7. He misplayed his king. First he castled, then he tried to bring it back, but it was too late. It's odd that his king would have been better off on g8. You know, he would have been, strangely enough, safer on g8. If, let's say he plays, right, b5, and you do g4 anyway, right? And now if you take, yeah, he doesn't have any, there's no mating net for you now. You can't do, you have to do g5. Is there any way that black can lose here? It's kind of forced that you play, it looks like that you play g6. You're just kind of forced to do this. This ends up in that long draw variation. Though I'm sure it's very easy for black to go wrong somehow. Here, 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 here. It's also easy for you to go wrong. King h2, rook a1. Check this out. d7. Oh my god. King f8. And now you're threatening to mate him with rook d2. He checks. You go to g something. He checks again. So where can you hide your king? You can't hide your king. Oh no, if king f2, he makes a queen, you don't have a check. It's a draw. So he can check you all the way up the board. Like here, check, here, check, here, check, here, check, here, check, here. You can't cross to the f file, and you can't get away, so it's a draw. I don't feel that black deserved to lose, you know. But yeah, his endgame was inconsistent. He just routinely castled and then, oh, let's go back to king f7. It was funny how his king was like less, it was worse on f7 than it was on g8, ultimately. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to be right back with the rest of the games. We've got Butters versus Nutters, Ego, Mule Skinner, and Testosterone. And Rip Move 11. Be right back, guys. Big trade deal today. You can't wait to find out with Donald Trump. But the only thing that I care about is, like, of course, it doesn't matter for me. But I would think, like, for UK American trade, Mr. Coffee, what matters? There's only one thing that the United States really essentially needs in trade from the UK, right? Non-chlorinated chicken. No. Yeah, whiskey is the only thing, man. It's the only thing. Come on, what else? Do we get, like, biscuits from the UK? It's ridiculous. No disrespect to the UK. You know, they have a lot of great products, I'm sure, but not worth, like, exporting over the Pacific, over the whatever, Pacific Ocean, yeah, the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, whiskey is critical. But other than that, yeah, English muffins. Other than whiskey, I mean, what are you going to do, you know? Oh, a big trade deal with the UK. All right, yeah, whatever, dude. Our primary trading partners are, like, China and Canada. Get over it. Pretending we have big trade deals with the UK is, like, absurd. We all know that there's no such thing. I mean, some things, sure, but not really. That's just fake news. All right, Butters versus Nefida. Speaking of the UK, speaking of English muffins, Nefida's facing Butters. Little South Park reference. So I don't know if Nefida's still here. He's upset about those gift subs that didn't go through. Guinness, Bass Ale. All right, we'll just make it more general. Alcohol-related products. Bass Ale, Guinness, Foster's. That comes from Australia, though they're probably producing that everywhere. I don't know, though. I mean, I would assume Guinness, like, Mr. Coffee, when you go to buy a Guinness, is it even, like, produced in the UK, or is it, like, bottled in the United States at this point? They have, like, Hungarian Guinness and shit. But the whiskey, I think you can be secure. We can be secure in the whiskey. Gin too, right? Come on, gin, Beefeater, any kind of alcohol-related product, very important. That's it, though. Nefida brings me brown beer and biscuits. And all the supermarkets got hacked anyway. So there's not going to be anything left to trade. Alright, so Nefidov is black against the Exchange Slav. Butters versus Nefidov. D4, D5, Knight F3, Knight F6, and now C4, C6, and now C takes D5. Now, just supposing you wanted to play the Exchange Slav, is it beneficial to do so with the knight's already on F3? Probably not. Takes me to expensive places. I took you to a bad restaurant last time, man. I took you to a bad restaurant. I feel very bad about that. I should have taken you to a better restaurant. It used to be good, but it went downhill. I made a bad call on the restaurant last time. I'm sorry about that. It was a bad call. I could do better. Next time I'll do better. You just keep the biscuits and brown beer coming. As long as, H&M doesn't get hacked or whatever. Alright, so we got C takes D5, C takes D5, Knight C3. Now you can play A6, Neffy. But he plays classically here with Knight to C6. I mean, the one good thing for White, his move order prevents any kind of that nonsense where Black does like E5 or something crazy, Now Bishop F4. And there's no E3, so there's no pinning with Bishop G4. I've only played like one Exchange Slav in my life, I think. Twice. Yeah. Both games when I just didn't want to lose. I'm guilty of playing the Exchange Slav. But especially once, I remember. First round of a round robin where I didn't know who my opponent was going to be. Alright, I had an Exchange Slav against Angelo Young, but I'm not sure what the deal was, why I did that. Alright, Bishop F4, A6. Good move. And then the dubious E3. Not dubious, but it's just lame. White's not supposed to play E3. You see it's the main line, but it's... White has a negative score with this move. Please no tariffs on brown beer and biscuits. Now, thank God you're not visiting me in the United States, Nefedov. We have a very good... We have very good pastries and beer here. Alright, E3. Yeah, so he's supposed to play like Rook C1. It's better. This is lame because of Bishop G4. And this has been known to equalize forever. But Butters is happy to equalize. Because he's lower rated than Nefedov. So now the problem arises, like, how do you play for a win on the black side of the Exchange Slav? You've equalized, now what do you do? So an alternative possibility here for black, which I've seen even some reasonable players do, is the grotesque E6. There's your favorite streamer, Kramnik Kamsky. This probably arose by a different order of moves. I'm just saying, if you absolutely had to win for $1 million, then maybe you play like B5 or something like that, and like Bishop B7. Take your chances. But Bishop G4 is the correct move, of course. White plays Bishop E2, now E6, and now how do we win against the weaker player here? Castle's not going to be easy. But I have to be honest, you know. What do you guys think about Sada Masagana? What? You're kind of discouraged to go for early E3. What about Bishop takes F3, Nefedov? Look at the statistics. White has like 1 win in 30 games, and black has like 3 or 4. Bishop takes F3. The idea is... it's a closed structure, and you have 2 knights versus 2 bishops and knight. Like the bishops, the only way he can open the position is with E4, and that's going to leave him with an IQP. Okay, still most of the games are draws, but you see Kobalia won a game. You know, someone else won a game. 2 people have won games in this position. It's a pretty impressive score. I'm not sure it's such a stupid idea. You know, the other thing you do when you play Bishop takes F3, as stupid as it sounds, you create imbalance in the position against the weaker player. In this case, you have 2 knights and he has 2 bishops. It's a form of imbalance. You could end up in a good knight versus bad bishop type of ending, for example. Like a knight against a dark square bishop, where all his pawns are on dark squares. Nevertheless, you don't have to play Bishop takes F3. This is fine. You're trading pieces, though, you know. So I think this move may be not my favorite choice against the weaker player. I say you go for... that's the one piece I'd like to see stay on the board basically forever. The bishop on F4. He let you double his pawns, but I think that's pretty weird, to be honest. Pretty unbelievable for white to let you double his pawns. I mean, I'm expecting 100% exchanges. Why is a lower rated player like letting you do bishop takes F4 here? So you should probably play bishop E7 if you want to win. Look at the difference in the scores. With bishop D6, 10% wins for both sides. With bishop E7, it's like a total of 35% decisive games. 20% versus 35. If you go here, you're not trading your good bishop off. You might even have threats of like knight H5 going for his bishop with a knight. I think that bishop D6 is the move you play against a strong player. I don't think it's a good move against a weaker player. Just play bishop e7, rook c8, bishop takes f3, anything but this move. But you got lucky here. You know, why would the guy do, like, I mean, I don't know, bishop g5 even, or bishop takes c6, obviously. But this is like, I'd have to pay someone to let me play bishop takes f4 here. Are you serious? The worst part is, like, it could be like bishop takes f4, bishop takes f3, and he's just stuck with that awful structure for the rest of the game. So he plays rook c1, theoretical novelty. Why? Why wouldn't he be content with just playing this? Or even like bishop g3. This is okay too, you know, whatever. Or even bishop g5, like anything but what he played, you know. Essentially, even maybe knight e5, although here you can take, I guess, and take with the bishop on e5. I would think, like, yeah, look, Gunina was able to win this position against the 2000. You can beat this guy. But man, this is literally the worst possibility the guy could allow you to take on f4. Yeah, okay. Aliakin and Rubinstein allowed structures like this. Kamsky has played structures like this. But, you know, White has to be careful. I also think not the optimal situation for this. Those pawns, he's going to have to play g3 to defend his pawn on f4, probably. Castle. I know, Pavel, now don't, you guys, I joke around with Nefedov a lot because he's been a follower of the stream for a long time. Lately he's shown a fetish for like h6 and g5, and that's a good idea here if you weren't castled. Like, seriously, Nefedov, I know how much you like g5. If your king was on b8, if this was like chess 960 and your king was on b8, I think like h6 and g5 would be a pretty good plan, actually, to open up his king side. But I don't think you should go for it here. This would be a little risky with your king in the center of the board. I know you were tempted, but castle's a safe move. Okay, and now White to play. Knight e5. Bishop takes e2. Like knight takes e2 or something. This isn't going to be easy to beat this guy. Maybe knight e7. Try to pull your knight back and play f6 and kick his knight off of e5. Very tough game, though. But he plays this. Awful move. Just horrendous. Begging you to take on f3. Which is what I would do, for sure. So now you have imbalance. But it's worse than that. It's material, isn't it? Oh no. And I think Nefedov did this already to someone else. Yeah, I didn't even realize. So he's just going to fall for queen b6. Rip. Yeah, it's a pawn. Like a Caro Khan or something. Oh my god. So knight e2, and he defends the central pawn, and he's going to hope he gets counterplay here on the b file. Maybe he gets his pawn back. No. He's going to get one for the price of two. So you get this and this, and he gets the pawn on b7. You have extra pawn on the queen side, plus his pawns are shaky. Yeah. So now we have to consolidate. Not Asterbait's specialty here. Asterbait would be trying to attack in this position with black. But I trust Nefedov to play a more controlled consolidation style. Okay, we've got two good knights in a closed structure, an outside pass pawn. Watch out for f5. We want to advance the a pawn slowly. I was considering maybe rook b8, but he has, I'm assuming rook b or queen b1. Queen b1. You know, so something like this, maybe. I mean, he might be able to stay active enough where like it's kind of like not so easy for you to win. I think you should be winning somehow, but you don't want to give him necessarily this very active rook. So I don't really want to do that, let's say. So takes here, and rook b8, queen b1. That move's a little annoying. So I don't know. You know, you might want to keep him tied down to the d4 pawn. The other thing here I was thinking, okay, your knight is not protected. If we could get the other knight, you know, to a position where it could attack the d4 pawn, can you gang up on his d4 pawn? I was thinking even queen c4. Because queen c4 can get pinned. Not a big deal, though. You could just, like, go here. So this looks like a good option. I think he's in big trouble after queen c4. See, your move is a little riskier. You take your knight off to the side, hit his rook, but you're not focusing on that d4 pawn. So queen b1. This way, though, it's fine. He has to take with the 7th rank rook, retreating back, and you're still clearly better. I don't mind trading queens, but again, you have no pressure on this. Knight c4 is a good move. You're threatening knight d2 now. So now he's like screwed in a different way. He has to play this move. And now rook fb8. And now you're threatening rook takes rook, followed by knight d2. So he trades, plays rook a1. And obviously it's like very tempting to play this. Give him the pawn and then do this to his pawn structure. For example, take g6. I don't think that white's going to survive this position. But who knows? I mean, maybe there's a way he could survive. I really seriously doubt it. But okay. Rook a1, a5. Why not hang to the pawn? Well, you know, that's the argument. You get one shot at this. Knight d2. If bishop g4, h5. So I think it's worth considering, you know, very seriously, jettisoning the a pawn to go for structure. But I don't blame you, you know, to do this. So apparently f5 was his best. Active counterplay, guys. I had a student today. We did a lesson. Went over a game we played, a very long game, correspondence speed game, where the reason why he lost in equal material endgame was he failed to defend actively. It's really important that white try to find an active way to defend this position. Passive will not work. And so the computer comes up with f5. I guess the point is to sack a second pawn. Better to sack a second pawn and get some counterplay than just be like passively down one pawn with zero counterplay. So f5 takes, and then I guess knight c3 or knight f4. We could try to put pressure on the d5 pawn. And one thing I will say is outside pawn is not so valuable for Mr. Guy with knights. You know, outside pawns are better with bishops. So a5, knight c3 here. He doesn't have a lot of squares. Just looks like a4. Ah, and then there. Nice. And your back rank? Hello? I have another question. While we're on the subject, Mr. Nefedov. Can you take his d4 pawn off the board here? With rook? Does he have defense to this? Rook b3? d3? This looks pretty good too, right? Here, takes, bishop takes, rook takes, knight b6, rook takes f4, rook takes a5, for example, and then, you know, you're up 2 pawns in an endgame. I'm not sure. g6 maybe. So I think you have 2 options there. Rook a3, he has rook b1, misses it. Well, again, active defense the only way. So this is trading down, and now very, very impossible for white to defend this. He has a static weakness on d4, and another static weakness with the outside pawn. So I seriously doubt it can be defended. Those two problems. You know, again, maybe f5 if I was him. Maybe you just ignore it. You know, if he plays f5, yeah. If he plays f5, screw it. Just ignore it. Go here. And now maybe knight c5. But do you think that white is surviving this? Here? No. It's too late. So he plays knight c5. And you play knight b5. And it's over. The second pawn is fatal. He can hit your b7 and hang on to it? No. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So knight takes d4, knight b7. Knight c6, bishop a4. But you still have moves. Yeah, this might be a little problematic. If you drop the pawn, it's probably good drawing chances for him. So knight c5, knight b5. I don't know if this is the right move. Bishop d1, not a bad move. Oh, you have knight c3. You played knight e4, interesting move. So canceling knight on c5 out. And threatening this. This is pretty good. Does white have a chance of drawing this? No, it's lost. Second pawn. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He should try taking with a knight, but then you have knight takes c2. Yeah, it's lost. It's lost. He was always lost in this endgame. f5. 2 pawns is all you need. Almost all endgames when you're 2 pawns up are wins. Second pawn is a doozy. Nice king, but it's too late, bud. Now, a very strange move by Nefedov here. King e7, retreating his king. It's hard for me to believe that that's the best move, but you're avoiding the threat of knight b7. So what about e5? It looks more obvious to me to play e5. Check. King e6. He has another check. He also has king c5, but I'm not really afraid of that. Okay, I get it. So you played this to circumvent the check on b7. Plays h4, and now you played h5. This is a very strange move, h5. h5 feels very inflexible for black. I would prefer to play g6. If it's about tempi, this is kind of committal. Now knight b7, a4. Yeah, I don't know why not going here for him, for example. I don't like her h5, man. I mean, why play h5? Computer thinks it's okay. The number 1 move. Wow, I would never play h5. I would definitely play g6. Nefedov has calculated 29 moves deep and come to the conclusion that h5 is the best move. Impressive. I would definitely not want to commit, because you might have a break here at some point yourself. I get it that you stop his h-pawn, but g6 would stop his h-pawn too, while retaining more flexibility. The thing is just conspiring. It's like Nefedov and Stockfish are conspiring. I don't get it. You know, h5. Why is h5 better than g6? It's very strange. Just to spite me. h5, knight b7. Now, obviously, he should try knight a4. If he tries to go with his king, you can go with your king. And that's a problem, because you have d5 now. This is very obvious. But what's not so obvious is like what you do after knight a4. I mean, at some point you're going to have to break here. The question is, like, when? Eventually you're going to have to do something other than, you know, king e7. It's going to take some work to win. But he plays knight b7, letting your a-pawn go down. That's going to decoy white. And obviously now it's like free-for-all on the other side. e5, take, knight g4, knight d3, whatever. I would expect you to go here. Looks really strong. There's a 0 counterplay. It's like an offer he can't refuse. If he doesn't take, you're gonna take and then like destroy his f4 pawn. If he does take, you're going to take, and then you're going to be threatening knight d3 or knight g4, and he has no way to defend. So it looks like e5 is totally over. You know, the best case scenario for him is like take, knight d3, maybe a draw, so knight g4, and he's lost. It's just another pawn. King b3, knight takes f2. There's no way that he's surviving down 2 pawns. So you play king d6 instead, which looks okay too. Knight a4, now your king is marching up. Wow, you played a really, really abstract move here. I think, once again, you should just break. Again, he has to take. You take back with a knight. And whatever he does. I mean, here maybe he has time. Like, here and try to play knight d1, but if this isn't so swag, I don't know what is. You know, knight g4, knight d1, king d5, king takes a3, king d4. I think that white is kind of lost here. That's a bad knight endgame. Anyway, knight b4, fancy move here, then knight d3. This is good too. Nefedov is still 2 pawns up. Make sure you get your knight to a good position before you start improving your king. Now e3, unfortunately, doesn't work. You know what's interesting? Nefedov like refuses to ever use his e5 pawn. I don't know why. He never was willing to play e5. You never use that break. It's almost like you didn't want to for some concrete reason I don't understand. He just likes having doubled pawns. Now the guy, he played knight takes f3 check. Ooh, I got a free pawn. I bet he's going to play e5 at some point. Nefedov, are you going to risk e5? He still refuses to play e5. Oh my god. No way. So not playing e5. I can't believe white can draw this game. The refusal, just total refusal to play e5 for the last 20 moves. I wonder why. Why he doesn't like e5. So Nefedov plays knight f3. Probably time pressure. But still, it's a win. Take, take, take. You got Tempe. You've got Tempe. Now, it's not that simple, but you want to gain as much space as possible. So king e4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. We have to play e5, takes, king takes. This isn't so simple. Nefedov may have already believed the position is a draw. This obviously was reckless. So there's no need for you to do this. You could have just brought your knight back to g4. So fancy move syndrome, knight f3. Assuming it's a win, takes. Now e5 here, takes, king takes, king e3, g6, king f3, f4. That's the only win. So Nefedov was probably freaking out, thinking that there was no win left. It didn't matter if he played like g6 or e5, but it does. So this is a win. Takes in here. It's easy to miss that in time pressure. But you let this get way too close. You're two clear pawns up. And then on knight here is a bad move. After this, you're 2 pawns up in a knight game. There's no way this guy's surviving. Unbelievable. 9 seconds on the clock. Well, I hope you had increment. But it's funny, after this, anybody could have messed this up. I would start to believe it wasn't a win anymore, you know. Apparently king d4 is okay. Here. King e4 is okay. Yeah, so you need that reserve tempo with g6. After e5, your opponent gets the opposition, right? King e3. So even this is winning. Here, takes, king f5, king f3, and then g6. Yeah, I don't know how many brown beers I would drink after that, man. The guy played horribly. I wonder where you used too much time at some point. Very disappointed. Sorry, man. Next is Yabatis, who's not here. Thanks, Nefedov, for not donating 5 gift subs. For the 5 gift sub take back. If anybody would please donate, 5 gift subs, like real gift subs, it would make up for the 5 we had removed. Twitch removed Nefedov's gift subs for that bad endgame letdown. So this is Yabatis, who hasn't been here in a long time. He's not gracing us with his presence. He's black. He's still a subscriber, I hope. Turkey Farm, what? Interesting game. Yeah, well, for an exchange Slav, yeah. As far as exchange Slavs go, not quite as interesting as that Poison Pawn French. So we're Yabatis here with black, and this is from an over-the-board game. So Yabatis, otherwise known as Spectacular Camel, on the stream. He's helped me in the past with the games for the analysis stream, but he hasn't been here lately. I think he's video gaming. So d4, e6, g3, d5, bishop g2, knight f6. Now I had a player who played c4 against me here at the Rapid tournament last month, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's going to be a kind of Catalan. I think that's objectively White's best move. White plays knight f3, okay, that's still fine. And then knight on bd7. And we should just mention b5, right? That's been popular. Anyway, over the year, like last 5 or 6 years. But Yabatis played knight on bd7, so I also had a game like this at the World Senior in last October. Some guy, I forget where he was from, Czech guy. Yeah, black plays like it's semi-Slav against the Catalan. It's a Kali system, basically. It's not bad. So after castles, I thought this is the right move, objectively. Well, okay. I mean, I don't know. If you play bishop e7, the game can transpose back into a normal closed Catalan after like c4, right? You're just playing knight on bd7 kind of early. But honestly, this makes more sense to me. It's a bit more active, and black will try to play like e5. And the Ubatis told me he was trying to play a Kali Zukertort, which means like b6, bishop b7. But remember, you're black, and white already has a bishop on this diagonal. So clearly white should play c4, and that's what I played against the Czech guy. And he played like c6, and so then we just had a game in this. Semi-Slav versus Catalan, or Kali system versus Catalan. There's a lot of theory. I mean, I don't know. It's not that common, but it's okay for black, I guess. Instead, though, opponent goes here, and this is like, what is white doing? I was very surprised to see a Dorfman game in the list here. So white has some kind of strange idea of going knight b5, and I guess getting in bishop f4 and hunting down the guy there. But I guess he also could possibly play rook e1, supporting e4. But let's just say, like, what would happen if you castled? Would white maybe play bishop g5? Let's say you castle. I mean, here, that's fine. I'll go back. I don't have to, but I'll go back. And if you play bishop f4, I can play knight e8, right? I'm not sure this is that bad for black, because eventually you're going to lose time having to go back with your knight on b5 too. So anyway, castles is a possibility. It looks like this is the solid move. And Ricky Gervais played e4. This is actually similar to what happened in my game at the World Senior, except the pawn was on c4. e4, knight e4, knight e4, d-e4, knight g5. Right. White has some kind of very, very small advantage here. Bermakin. Perfect. Bermakin is the master of virtually nothing. He plays, d4, g3, did it against me. I groveled for a draw. So knight c3, a6. Interestingly, Yubata stumbled upon the move that Dorfman's opponent played back in 1998. And the idea makes sense. He wants to play c5 without the knight coming here. He has c6 or c5. But the million-dollar question is, like, e4. So Dorfman played e4, but I have a couple of questions here. So if bishop b4, knight e2, or e5, could you go here? I guess this is just bad. This is no good. So Dorfman played e4, his opponent took with a knight, and we got something like that other game. Knight e4, d-e4, knight g5, same thing. Wow. This is very similar to what happens in this game. Dorfman's opponent played f5. Oh man, I was asking Ubatis about this. What would happen if white played f3? Check it out. That's what Jozef did. f3, breaking up white's pawn chain. E takes f, and now he took on e6. Unbelievable. And now there's an open file here. So just check this out and compare to what happened in the game, right? Watch and wait and see what happens in this game here. White wastes time with a3. And now black should probably play c5, circumventing any kind of threats in the center. Instead, Ubatis goes b6. This is a bad timing. Yeah, you should either castle or play c5. So he plays b6. Now white plays e4, and watch what happens. This diagonal is also in play. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d takes e4, knight g5, just like in the Dorfman game. And Ubatis does exactly what Dorfman's opponent did. Exact same position, except a3 and b6 have been played. And so he does f5. It's obviously safer to play knight f6, but white would have a Burmakin-like advantage after knight takes e4. You're not going to get a draw against Burmakin here. Maybe against an 1800, 2000. This is unpleasant for black. But Ibanez has a neat idea, right? He does exactly what the guy did against Dorfman, it turns out. He allows knight takes c6 and plays queen e7. But the funny thing is, I asked him, what do you think about f3? This, we didn't really have an answer for this. This is even better, because in the case of the Dorfman game, black hadn't played b6. So the inclusion of a3 and b6, this looks like it benefits white. He would have had a very strong attack after f3. But the idea being this trick, take, and black played here, and then Dorfman played rook e1 with pressure along the open file, is very scary for black. So maybe, what about this? And then we have to worry about like bishop g5. Scary. If we take, okay, we could take rook e1, try to stick a knight in the way. Maybe somehow black can survive this position. Doesn't look easy. So, looks like Ibanez was lucky. After queen e7, here we go. Wow. Yeah, okay, so knight takes c6 is a mistake. Yeah. The Dorfman idea wins. Well, almost wins. f3. This was an over-the-board game again. That's a lot to expect from like a class player to find this combo of moves. Knight g5, then f3. Not knight takes e6, but f3 immediately wins. And once he doesn't do that, black is okay. So here, 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 and now black is okay. But still, it's a good game. Black has a strong center. The bishop on g2 shut down, but white strikes back with c4. What's up, Mr. Coffee? Did I say Ricky Gervais? Cat fans. So black wants to play c4, c5, but can't play it just yet. Well, you can play c4, c5, but I think black was reluctant to do this because of this very strong pawn on d5. So he plays castles, and then white plays b4, and he's trying to win a piece with c5. So you could again play c5, but like takes, protected passer. Do you want this protected passer? And no way to undermine it. Unless you can pick off the c4 pawn clean, which is almost impossible. Black is probably in trouble. So after b4, he has to get creative. Played this to stop the d file. Nice move. Okay, and now knight e2. Wait, never. He played b4, c4. He never played f3. f3 is risky now. But white hesitates now. I don't know. He's worried. I mean, probably like this, of course. Bishop takes f4. There's also g5. I mean, what are you going to do? If you go here, what if black starts going nuts on the king side with like g5 and f4? Not so easy for white. So he hesitates, brings his knight back, maybe bishop f4. Black plays this, attacking the pawn. Okay, now I'm officially confused. Right, c5 still doesn't work because of take. The queen. Pawn pinned to the queen. White plays queen c2. Now he's renewed the threat of c5. So black plays c6. And we got a retreat square. Okay. So this position looked to me like pretty close. Honestly. But still, that bishop on g2 is really sad. So watch what happens next. Bishop b2. And now black goes b5 like a Caro-Kann undermining of the white squares. And the poor guy, this is like a open tournament or club tournament. guys know what the sealer sweeper is? The term coined by Hans Kamak. Sealer sweeper, where you seal the pieces in and a sweep pass. So if I go d5, which the guy does, black's obligated to take this, and now everything's sealed in behind that pawn on d5. That's the seal. That's the seal. And now we sweep past to c5. This is a common theme in the Benoni, in the King's Indian, like Leonid Stein did with black, and like e5, f4, pawn takes f4. He would close up the center, sack a pawn, have a very strong attack and strong squares. But he does very strong squares here, plus protect the passed pawn. So it would have been huge compensation for the sacrificed pawn. But instead, white did this. And this is really lame. I mean, it's still okay, he has the blockade of the thing, but I mean, come on, he doesn't get a protected passer. So he's like materialistic. Takes, and here, Yabata says he was pretty happy with the position. Well, I'm happy that white didn't play c5 there. I'm definitely happy white didn't play c5. White plays knight d4, hits the pawn, and now the problem is he's threatening knight c6. And so bishop d7, it's like, wait, it's not good enough, right? If we go here, we have to take or sack the exchange. But I was thinking maybe that's not very good. So basically, if we play bishop d7, we have to trade on c6, and white. I mean, I don't know. Maybe bishop e5. But now we're going to have to sack a pawn. Takes. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, we have a central pass pawns versus flank pass pawns. I don't know. You know, this looks pretty good, actually. We have f4 in some positions. It's unclear. But he plays rook c8, and now, yeah, obviously if knight c6, he gets pinned, so he moves the queen. And then here, we looked at bishop d7. And the problem is that if you play bishop d7, white might, he's a greedy guy. He'll probably take this pawn. Do we have, well, we have the same line, basically. Takes, bishop e5. I think that's the best we can do, give the pawn back. So in the game, he plays bishop e5 instead immediately. And this looks like it might be a blunder. No. Is it a blunder? Can I play knight c6? I don't think we looked at this. This looks strong. No, there's a problem. Wow. Rook takes c6, bishop takes e5, d4. Threatening bishop c4. And if queen takes b5, well, this is really shocking. It's really shocking. Apparently black is completely winning here. So rook c2, even though black is like up no material. Wait, that's the two bishops. These pawns are just too strong. Even though white also has two passed pawns. I'm surprised how winning this is for black. I thought he would be better, but not necessarily winning. So white doesn't do that. He plays this logical move, rook c1, doubling down on c6. He's played a good game so far. And now knight e8, which is a slow move, but a good plan of maneuvering the knight to c4. I, again, expected bishop d7. And I think here this is reasonable. Bishop d7. You can't take on b5 because we're overloaded. The queen is overloaded, trying to defend two things. It's like central power versus queenside power. I mean, black is up a pawn here, so white needs to get the pawn back. But even if I win the pawn on b5, the question is the queenside tandem of pass pawns stronger or the central pawns? And I always like to reference John Watson, who talked about this concept in his strategy book. He wrote a big book on chess middle game strategy, or just general chess strategy. I forget the title, but one of the main concepts in the book, he talked a lot about the central pass pawns versus queenside majority in the middle game. This is not an end game. This is a middle game, and so the central majority is stronger than the queenside pawns. But this is a shocking move. Black plays knight e8, not defending the pawn on b5. So Black ends up sacrificing the exchange here. And it looks like White's winning material. Knight c6, rook c6, rook c6, d4. And now we have the threat of bishop c4. There was a problem. There's a problem. And White didn't find it. So this was a miscalculation by Black. He shouldn't have played knight e8 and allowed knight c6. What he missed was rook takes, d4, queen takes, and then bishop d7, queen c4 check, getting out of the pin. And now Black is worse. Maybe lost. Okay, Black is not lost, but he's worse after king f8. Still, White has some compensation. But anyway, it was a good try by Ibanez, but miscalculated. But the amazing thing is White misses this, right? He just plays rook d1, and now, back a move. Rook takes c6, he just plays rook on cc1. So he's afraid to take the pawn. He has to take the pawn. This is not an option. This is forced. He has to take the pawn. He doesn't take the pawn, and now here, and now this position, even though Black only has one pawn for the exchange, it's apparently crushingly lost for White. Even I was a little surprised when I checked with Stockfish just how lost this is for White. -4, -3, totally lost. You can stick your bishop on c4, you can stick your knight on c4. The pass pawn is crushing, and anytime White tries to move his f pawn or up, it weakens his own king, and that's what ended up happening. He does this, knight c4. There's no quarter for White here. Material doesn't matter. It's about quality of the material. White's redundant rook not helping here. The rook doesn't help. I have a pawn. It's just smushing White with d3 now. So bishop a1. Now a3's hanging. White doesn't go for that. This is a very nice move. You could obviously play d3, but he piles up even more with queen f6. And this induces f4, which is not a problem. Not a problem. We just calmly retreat back with bishop c7. Now these pawns are just devastating. So it's a really nice win for Ibanez. He said he gained 5 FIDE rating points, getting closer to 1900 FIDE. King h1, bishop b6, a good exchange sack, a sophisticated exchange sack. Now White desperately tries to break out. This is kind of comical. a4, right? It's a little late for that. Queen e7. Now we always have d3, and now White g4. So I think this is kind of funny. Where's your pawn breaks? That's it. Asterbait could learn a lot from Ibanez. Seriously, you guys, if we combined you into one player, Asterbait needs work on the pawn play, and I think Ibanez is quite good with pawns. d3, and now queen f1, and then knight e3. And then after queen e1, he doesn't take the rook, he doesn't take the bishop, he just takes the pawn, and he's threatening this. Knight f2 check. White gave up. Okay, great game. Next, congratulations, Ibanez. He had 2 out of 4 or something, but gained rating points. Okay, so this is Mule Skinner. I've got 2 more games left. Guys, don't forget to start the hype train. And if anyone has seen Nefidov's gift subs, let me know. Surfs. Gift surfs. I'll take gift surfs too. If anybody wants to give me, you know, free assistance, otherwise known as surfs, they will be accepted along with Nefidov's gift surfs. Alright. Mule Skinner with white. E4. This is his biggest win. He claimed one of his biggest wins. And I said at the beginning of the stream, Mule Skinner has beaten me in numerous games. He's got skills. And I think his rating is like in the 1700s. FIDE. But honestly, you know, if you're only beating a 2000 for the first time, or rarely, you're not playing enough higher rated players. You're playing too many low rated players. You should easily knock off 2000s on a regular basis. This is E4 C5. This is his Mule Skinner's wheelhouse. After knight C3, knight C6. I don't remember if Mule Skinner used to play bishop E5. But this is his main line. Okay, Grand Prix attack. Now, I like E6 these days. But G6 is the main move still. Knight F3. Bishop G7. Ah. And so, Mule Skinner plays the... It looks like the Perlstein attack. What is this A4? Mr. Coffee gifted here on sub to speaks in Beatles quotes. I thought there was another quote account. Was that the same guy? Mr. Coffee, were you here earlier? Thanks for the gift sub. Is that a hype train? Do I hear a hype train? I think what happened was Nefidov's gift subs got stuck on the hype train track. And that's why now everything is like blocked. They're trying to clear the track. They're trying to clear those broken gift subs off the hype train track. Yes, it was that guy. And you know who that guy is, right? No. But we're suspecting it's someone who's like obsessed with like, you know, defecation or something. Just a random guess. I'm confused. So is this the Perlstein variation? Masturbate gifting tier on sub to the C Silva. Was it... What was Perlstein's point? Like, something he did recently with 94? Was it here, A4? That's like... That's not new, right? So this must be... No, you know what? Now that you mention it, now I can't remember. Lyle played me. He was a founder at what point? Oh my god. At one point. You never stop being a founder. You're always a founder here. Twitch crashed? I can't remember what Mark Lyle played against me. Maybe he played A3. I think Lyle played A3. So this is known. And Mark played that against me back in 2019, 2020, I guess. 2021, whatever. Some IM tournament I played in the summer. Unless your account gets banned. You're serious? Wow. So A4 must be the Perlstein video, the new Perlstein video recommendation. Let's see who's played this. It was played back in 07, 04. So this guy Udulchev had played it as far back as 04. The same guy played it 3 times. And it looks like Hodrich is playing it. But it's not a new move, apparently. I mean, A3 is more fluid. So I don't remember the reasons why a4 is better or worse than a3. I can only say that it feels wrong, a4 somehow. But it does restrict b5. I mean, how bad can it be? They're tricks. Like it's the same with a3 though. Very similar to a3. You're trying to tempt black into playing e6. The thing about a3 that I like, honestly, with the a3 you have some of these wing gambit themes. Maybe they're not so useful though with the bishop on the long diagonal. It doesn't really play that much. Still, I like messed up against, yeah, apparently it's even good, this b4, I don't know. That's what happened to me against, let's see if the game's in there. No. Maybe I didn't play e6 right away, I don't remember. But, so, okay, a4, e6. So this is a trap. This is a trap. e5. So instead of playing e6, black can do other things, right? Knight d4. Only one game where this was played. Knight h6 oddly hasn't been played. Though that looks interesting. You know, one thing that's interesting about a4, a3, whatever, you're not committing to this development of the bishop on the diagonal. So theoretically, Mule Skinner, you could go back to like g3. In certain variations, under the right circumstances, you can just go here, you know. If black does something that you think like this may be particularly good, so you have the flexibility to change your plan and do like g3. You don't necessarily have to go to c4 or b5. He mentions a4, a5. That's definitely an idea. So this, like pushing that pawn to a5, very Kamsky-esque. But I'm just wondering, what is our most flexible way for black to play here? So if knight f6, we only have a couple of games, and they're both played in 2003. Knight f6. If e5, we play the Norwegian rat with knight h5. And it feels like possible that white is overextended. Although there's no going back to g7 here. How fast can we undermine the center? d3, d6, boom. Bishop e2. That doesn't look right. This doesn't look right. Takes, knight takes, Norwegian rat. F takes e5. And now black played queen d4. Oof, that's engine. That is engine. Queen d4. Number one move. Boom. Lawrence Borman. So let's check GMB. Interesting. But I don't think e5 is right, you know. It's not right to play e5. This can't be. This can't be right. If knight f6, you have a lot of options. Looks like the other move is better. Bishop e5. And where was this played? Where was this played? It doesn't say. Oh, yeah. Skopje. Alright. Anyways, so e6 is a mistake. e5. and now white is much better. Apparently black has to be very worried about knight e4, knight b5. Yeah, similar thing happened to me against Lyle, where I got a bad position in the opening. I ended up having to really fight for a draw. Yeah, now knight b5, knight e4 is not fast enough. So bishop b5. Now I was expecting well, I mean, there's one case where maybe a3 is better. Like, what if black goes here now? How bad is this for black? I mean, it's not great. But it may not be that bad. I'm almost thinking like that might be his best move. Dude, I mean, look at white's score after knight e7. Why is white's score so good? This is unbelievable. Okay, so knight e7, and now you played d4. But almost everyone else played knight e4. So this is even a game against Modiliev here. There's a Daniel Darda game with black. Modiliev beating like a random 2200, but it sounds Indian, so he's probably more like 2500. Modiliev with black. D takes e5. F takes e5. Castles. This looks scary for black. White is a little better. Knight f6 check. Chessable course. King h8. Random 2275. Man. A 2000 player against Daniel Darda 2600 got to this position. Yeah, this isn't great for black, but is your move even stronger? So I don't know. These are like completely different paths here for white. d4 and knight e4. Knight e4 feels kind of more aggressive, but at the same time, you know, maybe d4 is not doing the astrobate, moving the same piece twice type of stuff. It's hard to say. So who played d4? That original guy. Oh, that's interesting. So this is the guy who invented the system, basically. Perelstein video system, invented by Yildachev. Saidali Yildachev, that must be... What is he, like? Kazakh, or... We can ask Nefedov. Nefedov knows everything. Ask Nefedov anything about Kazakhstan. I don't know where this guy's from, but he was 2559 in 2004. Not bad. I recognize the name. Could be... It could even be Bulgarian. I don't know. Probably not. d4. So, your opponent made a new move here. Attacking the head of the pawn chain. Yeah. No, I mean, like, the other guys... Skuzin is a very well-known grandmaster. He's not Kazakh? Okay. He's got to be from another Eastern Republic. I don't think he's Russian. I mean, he could be. Kind of a weird name, though. So... But anyway, this is weird. He takes here. Why your opponent takes here? Taking here, breaking the pawn down at the chain. That way more makes sense. You want to destroy the pawn chain at the base here at d4. So the point is white plays queen takes d4. Right. No, this is clearly... Someone played d5. See? grandmaster playing black, well, I would go as far as I said back to move 7. Iskuzen ends up playing d5 anyway. You could play d5 right away. It's conceivable that it's really not that much worse. The point would be the doubling of pawns, and you make that bishop dead forever. The situation on the queen side is a little weird, Black can go bishop a6. There's like c4. It's not sure that you can kill his bishop indefinitely for the rest of the game 100%. But anyways, all right. This is like a new move, and it's definitely not as good. That's it now. e5 is solid. So you allow a trade of queens. You take with the king, so the knight has access to e4. This pawn is weak. d6 is weak. f6 is weak. Yeah, you're not going to attack him like in a Grand Prix. Main problem is knight e4 now. And that's a double threat. So black plays a6. But I think that black is all hands on deck here. He's in trouble. And you better act fast, because you're really... The fact that the white king is on d1 doesn't matter that much. White is just better. Big time better. This, c5 pawn. How do you protect everything? Your a5 move even kicks in, like after this here. There's no time to play b6 even. Black plays a6. I hate a6. A6 is horrible. It's slow, and it weakens squares. So black has to find a decent move here. I mean, I'm even like looking at f6. There's really no pressure though, because this guy is pinned. You could even take. What is black supposed to do in this position? I mean, I don't know. f5? How bad is f5? Is that crazy? Consider f5 to stop you from playing knight e4. You could still take, and you're still clearly better there if you like knight e4. It's horrible for black. So he goes a6. It's hard to find a better move. Takes, knight e4. And now if b6... b6, a5, anyone? Do I hear a5? This is a little bit too much. If only white had a little bit more development, like you could probably sack the exchange. If only your bishop was on e3. You need one more tempo for that kind of thing to work objectively. This is probably unclear. You could play knight takes, but this is nothing special. I think black is probably okay here. You think with bishop f8 he must have underestimated you. Well, I mean, yeah, the guy's got problems. But maybe he should just give you the pawn on c5. I mean, I would seriously consider castles. But you don't have to even take the pawn on c5. For example, you could play a5 just sitting on him. Extremely unpleasant position for black. If you don't rush here, you don't have to rush. If you take the pawn, maybe he kicks you out like this and tries to get his bishop long diagonal. I don't know. Maybe he can give up a pawn and it's not so bad. You could sit on him with a5. I don't like this move either. This is like, what's going on with knight f6 check? There's no way I'm playing bishop f8. I'm either playing b6 or I'm getting the hell out of there. Those are the two options. There's no other options in my... Bishop f8 is not an option. This is seriously not an option. Now black is all discombobulated. Check. So if king e7, you have like bishop e3. If king d8, you have the other knight to g5. Bishop f8 is going from the frying pan into the fire, so to speak. Death by Panther. So he chooses this one. And now we're looking at bishop e3. But you set it up first. This is a good move. You could try something like bishop e3, b6, a5. Try to lever him with like the rook sack, like I said before. This almost works. But yeah, it's better to just go a5. This is a very strong move. And then it's just like... well, okay, h6 is a good move because he's got to stop knight g5. Bishop e3, king d8, only move, and then knight e4. Like, you have a lot of good moves here, but this is clearly winning a pawn. And, like, bishop takes c5 would be a good... It's a good strategic exchange for you. So, knight b4, and now again you're, like, uber patient. I have to say, you're very patient in this game. I don't know how your time use was. It looks like you could just simply take here. You know, there's nothing wrong with bishop takes c5. I assume black can try maybe bishop d7, bishop c6. But, you know, the C Silva, Asterbait with the gift sub. Yeah, I mean, I think G3 is getting a little slow, you know. You're starting to kind of be overly careful. One thing I would like to do is get my king off the D file and get in there, you know. You need to develop your king, so to speak, and develop your rooks. But you have time. But G3, yeah, seems really a little too much. He's not attacking it yet, and obviously you can play G3 if you need it. So first thing first, I would take on C5 with the bishop. You know, if he plays, let's say bishop takes, knight takes. If he plays knight D5 at some point, then you play G3. He doesn't really have any counterplay with these breaks. There's a check here. It doesn't look like a big deal. You're up a clear pawn. And, you know, I think you have positional advantage as well with the space and his bad bishop. So your advantage is like +2. Let's say. Let's see. Yeah, even more than +2. Yeah, this is overly cautious. Don't waste time. He gets bishop d7 and now this is a real problem. This is the first trouble I've seen in this game now. So at this point you're probably concerned, rightfully, that you may not even be able to take on c5 because of the counterplay on the diagonal. And this is, what happens when you don't have a light square bishop, of course. So here, major concession. I mean, first of all, there's knight takes c2. It's getting unclear. What about king c1? Just want to take a look at this for a second. How bad would it be if we play king c1? We assign our rook to, come through in that way. King is out of the way like a Berlin. If bishop c6, you have a check. And then it's not ideal, but what I'm going to suggest here is knight f d2. And I still think he has no breaks, I mean, maybe he has g5. He might be able to get in g5 with some tricky threats against h2. But even so, you can ignore it. And ultimately, this is just hanging. The pawn on c5 is just hanging. I admit it's a little annoying, but I don't really see how he's going to make this work. This looks good. I think this is good, pretty good. King c1 is solid. and you don't have any weaknesses. You can play again. It reminds me of the Berlin endgame, like B7, um, King B7, King C8, King B7, B6. Like you're black in a Berlin endgame variation. What's that? Doc Waffle Kitty. Kansas City Waffle House. You like King E2. I like King E2. What I don't like is a C2 is not protected. That's the first thing. The second thing I don't like is that I like that your rooks are connected. I like that your king is centralized. What I don't like is that the C2 is not protected. And B, your king's on a white square. So, obviously there are possibilities like bishop check. You're heading for F2, presumably. So, alright. But there's some risk involved here. Now you're a pawn down, correct me if I'm wrong. Rook C1. And now he takes your bishop. Well, he's got several possibilities. Bishop B5 check and knight B4. I don't know, if you take the bishop. Taking the bishop was a conservative move by black. He has this check. Now you could go to D2. Maybe you should, actually, in this case, as strange as that seems. Because if you go to F2, he has knight B4 and this really ugly check there. Maybe it's not a problem. His king is ultimately unsafe too. So like check, knight D3, check, whatever. You can walk away to like king G1. But alright, it's up to you. It seems safer to play king C1. Here, 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 here. And now you're down a pawn. And it looks like you have... Hard to argue you don't have compensation. But I mean, are you winning at this point? Blurry cam again? I don't know why it does that. Cheap camera. Alright. Yeah, some setting thing. I don't know. It does it when it's like on for a while. Not always though, It's weird. Trying to hide my activities. I look better that way. I guess if I get too ugly, I took my glasses off. If I get too ugly, or it's, what it detects? My man boobs. It's like a man boob detector. It automatically starts to blur the camera. I think that's what it is. Man boob detector. Wait, what about knight b6? Excuse me? Where is there a knight b6? You mean knight d6? What knight b6? Alls I know is black feels like they have survival chances, whereas before they didn't. Like last move, okay, rook c8. I don't, think about Sung Prism's game. Anybody? Do you remember the Sung Prism game, the first game we looked at? The French? Dude, I don't care if you take my c5 pawn with black here. Please help yourself, All I want to do is, live till tomorrow. So, is black's best move in this position defending the c5 pawn? I'm not real sure about that. What do you guys think? I mean, I think that pawn is a goner anyway. The best thing that could happen to him is that you take his c5 pawn. Your other knight is having trouble. I don't see the other knight. The other knight needs time, to recirculate. So why does he go here? He doesn't have a better move, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Bishop e7. I wouldn't even take the pawn. I think taking the pawn looks like a mistake. After take the pawn, take the pawn, take the pawn. Bishop c6. It feels like he's kind of hanging on, He might be able to reach a rook in game where it's a draw or something. He might escape this, you know. I don't think you should take that pawn. But on the other hand, he has bishop c6. So if I was black here, I make no illusions about this position. You know what? Another interesting move, even b6 might be possible. That's too loose, though. So rook c8, I think. First of all, he doesn't need to protect pawn. Secondly, you don't need to take it. But, you know, I think you want to clear off. You want to clear your pieces off that light square diagonal and not allow him too many exchanges. But I'm skeptical of rook c8. It doesn't. It's not the main priority here. Imagine knight b6. Yeah. Well, I don't see us getting to b6 too easily. We need some time for that. He's hanging on here. Computer doesn't hate this, but I don't think it's the best move. Okay, bishop c6 is better. Definitely. And yeah, you have no losing chances after this. But I think he's going to draw. And earlier, you know, I still want to go back to king e2. So king e2 was a mistake. How bad is king c1? King c1's fine. Bishop takes c5 was the best, though. But you're also right about criticizing g3. I mean, you know, g3 was also hesitant. There was no need to do that. Yeah. I'm often criticizing people for not centralizing their king, but you lost your c-pawn in the process. And very, very possibly could have, like, cost yourself half a point. With a good defender, he's going to hold a draw here. This is very awkward, though. You know, rook c7. So his plan is to play like king c8. I want to lose the pawn. I want to lose the pawn with black here. And black doesn't have the ability to see that, you know. Like, he'd be better off just losing the pawn. Now he's getting in trouble. Typical player who may be, like, a little too materialistic. King c8, knight c4. Yeah. Some pawns are better than others. King b8, knight b6. Mule Skinner kept alluding to this. Rook c8 is very greedy. Yeah, no, it's materialism. Now he's gonna, you know, it's gonna be very awkward for black. Here, this is awful too. I mean, dude. I guess he doesn't have a choice though, huh? Now it's too late. Oh my god. Phew, bro. He can't play here because of rook d8 check. My god. Wow. So you got him in the right kind of game. Yeah. He just had no idea how bad this was. Paralyzed. This has got to be winning now. And then knight d6 is game over. Beautiful. Yeah. He did not sense how bad it was. Very nice. Very nice victory. Okay. We got another late game from Doc Waffle Kitty. Alright. Another French defense. No, it's actually the Mediterranean defense. Asterbeat, thanks for gifting a sub to Dr. Chip Chance. Alright. Get PGN. No. View on the chess. Yes. Copy. Alright. Study. I think that'll be it for the submissions today. Let's move 11 shows up. Founders are allowed to submit late games, but only the founders. How many founders do we have anyway? Founder. There was that Bob character. Mr. Coffee was referring to Bob? Oh my god. Banned him so many times I forgot his name. Death Soul Panther. It's a form of, yeah, we said that. Red Hot Chili Peppers. All right, so this is not the game. First, we're doing testosterone, right? This is testosterone, longtime viewer. He's playing black. Oh, we have. Where is that? Is that an Iranian player? Iranian 2556. All right, so this is from online on here. Rapid rated game. 8-0. Weird time control. No, 8+3. Still a weird time control. 8+3. Turkey Farm. It shouldn't take too long. Who plays 8+3? That's weird. I did 7+3 a lot. Is 8+3? It's a weird time control. All right, E4, D6. You're black. The Kraken. And now E5. So, I know there's a lot of young players who are FIDE masters, who have limited understanding. They're just like good tactically. But, frankly, I cannot really stand this type of concession that the opponent makes here with taking on E5. I just don't understand. Maybe you're a young player, you're good at tactical positions, you got the FM title, but you don't have a clue. Like, D takes E5 is a bad move for white. You're giving away most of your advantage by playing D takes E5 here. And it's shocking that people don't understand that at FM level. This is a serious mistake. Yes, it's playable. You can see there's even some good players who have played it just because maybe they're fooling around or they felt like it was fun to play an endgame. But objectively, D takes E is a positional mistake. And it's for several reasons. First of all, you're trading a 4th rank pawn for a 3rd rank pawn. That's a bad exchange. Secondly, you're releasing this bishop from hell, out, so it now has an open diagonal from f8 to a3. There's no question that it's not worth playing D takes E. And strong players know that. All these guys who played this move, like, I don't know, in the list, Naka obviously plays Queen H5, move 2. He knows that this is not the best move for white. We all love when they take on E5. But there are some players, again, who don't understand that this is actually a mistake for white. And it's no surprise. Okay, D takes E5, D takes E5, take. The question is how you handle it. I had a really interesting line. But the positions are always a little bit different. Like, you might have the same position with the knights back on G8. If the position is with the knights back on B1 and G8, on bishop C4 you can play a really funny move there. Like, just for example. Let's do this. I believe it was this position where looking with a friend, not going to name names. Was it in this position that we said black can play King E7? Is that right? I don't know. There was an interesting line though, because King E7, if B3, which is very tempting, can we play bishop here? This isn't the right position. Oh, I'm confusing this position with something else, okay. Never mind. Anyway, this is not the game. So, knight C3, E5, D takes E. I don't know what I was thinking about. Something similar, but not quite the same. Queen takes D8, king takes D8. Now, very bad move by white. Your opponent is an FM, but he's playing like he's like a noob, Exchanging is bad. and bishop g5 is bad. Now, tactically, it might work if black makes a mistake, but I think that fundamentally this is not the best move. Because it's easy for you to break the pin, and it's a bluff. That's his best minor piece. He has a central pawn fixed on a light square. That makes his dark square bishop his good bishop. So, under no circumstances does white want to trade this dark square bishop, making bishop g5 like a semi-bluff. The truth is he never really wants to trade that bishop. So I don't think he should play that. Probably better to play something like f4. Attacking your pawn center. I mean, going back to Edmar Medness, man, like we got the famous Edmar Medness from the opening to the end game. I remember examples in there of the Medness book where very early f4 type breaks, fighting for control of the pawn. I mean the strong point on e5. That seems like a more tenacious try. This is always a good move to go to c4 because this is a vital diagonal. You know, and he can go to c4 before you can play bishop e6. That's advantageous to white. And this structure is obviously advantageous to white. Not like winning, you know, but white's better. This is not ideal, and you just traded off your good bishop on e6. So if white plays, like, I don't know, let's say a really slow move, or let's say white plays bishop e3, then you play bishop e6. He takes away your good diagonal, you take away his good diagonal. So bishop e3 is lame. Bishop c4 is okay. f4 is okay. You know, maybe knight f3, it doesn't do much. I like f4 or bishop c4. He plays this. Now, you have to be very careful because there, you know, are nasty traps and stuff. But if you play c6, you're never gonna see anything come into d5. That doesn't mean that c6 is your best move. I'm not sure what the best move is here. Although I've played similar positions. I don't normally play the Philidor. This is a very interesting move because it would prevent bishop c4. The only thing is, if he goes knight d5, you're covered, right? You can go knight d7, and that's fine. I guess the question becomes knight f3. Again, you can defend e5. Notice how the bishop on g5 also gets in the way of any possible, like knight f3, knight g5 type ideas. If you play bishop e6, you cut out bishop c4. He castles queenside. Oh, scary. Now, this is the question. What do we do? Do we play king e8? Do we play king c8? Or do we interpose a piece? I had a really bad game against Morales 2 weeks ago where I tried to defend for the first time a similar position in this type of way. It ended up like in a very bad situation. I tried to do something like this. That's rather artificial. So this seems like an option. Of course, you always have to watch the mate here on d8, but it's never going to happen. Anyway, I just want to illustrate the fact that at this point, you have a choice, a very important choice, between c6 and the other options, like bishop e6. Maybe c6 isn't so automatic as we might think it is. So notice that black's biggest fear isn't queenside castles, it's actually g3. Positional approach where white is going to try to trade off, you know, not only support f4, but possibly trade off your bishop with bishop h3. But I think your c6 is probably okay. Now he castles queenside. And then this is very interesting. Obviously knight d7 blocks your bishop, which I don't love. I don't know that there's a lot of independent significance there. That move has the best score for black. So what about king e8? What about, the standard king c7, what you did? I guess they're all playable. Does white have any advantage here? Computer, almost 0. Yeah. But I mean, personally, having played c6, I'm a little concerned about bishop c4 and how we're going to answer that. There could be situations where you could sacrifice your f7 pawn. So what do you think about this, for example? Like if he goes bishop c4, yeah, that's what you did. So this is very combative, what you did here, Turkey Farm. This is kind of like a risky way of playing a solid position, No, h6 is bad. h6 is bad. The bishop isn't hurting anybody, He's just like taking a walk in the park. Why are you going to bother him? He, she, them, they're in the way. The bishop on g5 is in the way. It's in the way of this knight coming to g5. It can't hurt us. It's not on the diagonal with our king. h6 is a lazy move by black. No need to play that here. You're only encouraging him to play bishop takes f6. If white plays bishop takes f6, we'll have bishop h6 check, but not if we play h6. h6 is not really a good move. Of course, it has to be considered. But after king c7, we might say like this move is safer, guarding f7, but also your pieces are more blocked in on the back row. This move, well, I mean, after bishop c4, what are you going to do? You end up having to play king e8 anyway. So I'm not sure there's a lot of independent value to knight d7. This move definitely interesting, the most aggressive. And now here, you can play bishop e6. So Vratnikov played it. Borga Nikolai. My friend Joseph lost to Joel Johnson. That's really bad. And Naj Bensei won in 2010. The Weedmaster is the only player who lost this position in like the history of chess. That's unbelievable. 1993, that's bad. Surprising. Must have been like rapid. Joel wasn't that bad though. Not his kind of position though. He's an attacking player. Ridiculous for Joe Fang to lose to Joel Johnson in this position. Anyways, your move is interesting. You're covering d8. So what happens if he takes on f6? That's what he did. If he takes on f7, you have rook f8, right? He'll have to save the bishop. You'll take here, and you're threatening knight takes e4. It looks like better for black. So he has to do like bishop g4 h5. I wouldn't say that's a really typical idea. I think you're just getting in trouble there. You don't want your bishop to get bottled in, chased by those pawns and possibly trapped. I would say bishop g4 is a very rare idea here for black. This is our good bishop. So as you can see, like most people played here, but black will suffer in this endgame. If it was easy, Joe would never lose to Joel Johnson. Interestingly, there's one game with bishop c5, but I'm just not a big fan of this. I don't really know what it does. So either bishop e6 or your move. Your move has a problem with with knight e2, no? He can play knight e2. What if he just plays knight e2? You're intending to play what here? The pawn's hanging, of course. But so is white's. What would you play now? Rook f8 or bishop e6? You have a choice. You can still go here, or you can play rook f8, which is you're babysitting. Oh, knight g4, my god. Wow. Neat. What could possibly go wrong? Knight on e2 isn't great. So bishop takes, he loses the exchange to knight takes f2. And there's no traps or tricks or anything. There's no bishop d8 mate. There's nothing. Yeah, knight e2 is pretty lame. Okay. So he takes on f6 and says, okay, I don't care. By the way, e5 is hanging, but you could play bishop takes c3. That's bad because of bishop takes g7. Your e5 will fall. Okay, so bishop takes f6, major concession for white. c3 first? Yeah, well, no. Doesn't work. This is good. Guess what? Dude doesn't have a good bishop anymore. This is huge. And he's not even taking the pawn. I mean, I don't understand. Well, wouldn't this be the logical continuation? I mean, yeah, you can smash his pawns. But I'm not sure, you know. Probably you have enough compensation. Here. But at this point, I don't really have anything else to suggest. So he goes knight e2, you go bishop e6. He plays this. And then white doesn't have any advantage anymore. Now you talked earlier about bishop c5, but I think that's going to be an idea now. The fact is you have a dark square bishop, he doesn't. You're just better at this point. His only hope is a light square bind. I thought like here, you know, he's trying to play on the white squares with his knight, but it's not good. Now you got really aggressive on the queen side with b5. Once I checkmated Nefedov in this similar position. Sorry, Nefedov. You know, where he did like a4 and it backfires. Sometimes people think, oh, I'm attacking you, but you know, you're the one that's going to get checkmated down here. So a4 doesn't really help white. It probably makes things worse, honestly. Just you don't want to take on a4. So okay, I don't know if b5 is worth it. You know, shouldn't you consider like rook g8? Because now white has to make a choice. You know, the other moves are very tempting, other than b5. I mean, knight a6, knight d7, similar. Rook g8. One of my ideas was to go the other rook over here. So if he tries to play like g3, you can play maybe h5. But anytime he plays g3, you have bishop g4 for real now, maybe. So there's a lot of chances for black. But I don't know, b5? It's a little bit risky. Okay, rook d3, a very good move by white. Here, for a fork, but he's got these lateral moves. And now knight c5 here. So what happened here? You got his bishop, but it's a closed position. So I don't know, you know. Is this really our bet? Was this really our best way of playing the position? This whole thing with b5? I feel like you should save that for later. You know? You don't have to rush here. And so my first thought is going rook g8. Let's see. So the computer doesn't like b5. It likes h5, which is a way of, like, let's say, preparing this pressure. Yeah. The engine thinks you're better. Two bishops. But I'm not sure about b5. Here, okay, that's a good move. Here, here. Actually, I don't understand rook d1. The guy, for me, he's playing like a noob. 2500, I mean, FM. Probably plays a lot of bullet, but he's playing like planlessly. There's nothing on the D file. Doubling rooks is pointless. You might as well just go somewhere with a rook. It doesn't matter if he has 5 rooks on the D file. Seriously, what's he going to do with 5 rooks on the D file? I mean, it's kind of a cheapo, right? He's starting bishop takes e6 and then take your knight on d7. But seriously, yeah, for example, maybe you blunder bishop takes c3, he takes here, and you win a piece. He wins a piece or something. But you're not going to fall for that. After knight c5, it doesn't matter how many rooks he has on the d file. There's nothing on the d file. That's why d takes e is overrated. Knight c5, okay, here, and then I'm almost sorry to take his bishop. Unfortunately, you don't have a choice. I don't think the 2 bishops are better than the 2 knights in a closed position. But you are better because of your pawn structure. Oddly enough, even though you have 3 islands, they're pretty fluid. You have a5, a4, and this rook pawn over here. Mainly a5, a4. But I think this is going to save him, you know. He's got a very strong lock on f5. No, I thought you had to defend f5 too, f6 too, but now that you mention it, maybe you don't. You know, I mean, maybe the f6 pawn is a little overrated. You know, it's interesting that you bring that up because I hadn't really thought about it, but who cares, you know? It's a double pawn. What if you just go right at him with a5? It's costing him time to take this pawn. And now you're just like attacking him with a4. What's he going to do? Sacrifice the exchange? How? Where? It's a very good point, you know. I think maybe f4 or something, you know, might at some point help him. But in the meantime, he's like collapsing on the queen side with a5, a4, a3. So that's a really good suggestion, actually. I would have reflexively played bishop e7 too. But maybe this is just like not necessary. So he plays h3. Why doesn't he play knight g3? Oh, the skewer. Oh, shit. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't understand what Deathsoul Panther was talking about. There is a skewer. There is a skewer. Oh, shit. Right. Right. All right. So you have bishop takes c3, but there's rook takes c3. The skewer doesn't happen right away. If bishop g4, it's complicated. Rook takes f6, bishop takes c3, rook takes f7, check. Now we're really in the twilight zone. After king b6, f3. The skewer thing doesn't really work out in this case. But we have to keep skewer in mind. After a takes b, bishop e7, yeah. We're threatening like possible things with maybe b4 followed by bishop g4. So that's why he played h3. It makes perfect sense now. That's why h3. And here's a good question. You played h5, and it's definitely a good move. But maybe you should wait. Maybe you should play a5, and then when he plays this, then you play h5. I'm not sure. Maybe he hangs on to it, like takes. Well, you have rook takes. This looks really good, because he can't drop his pawn on h3. It's actually really hard to protect that pawn. So the timing is interesting. You don't want him to like lock it down with g4, knight g3, total stoppage. But if you timed it, so you waited for him to play g4 and then you hit him with h5, he might have a problem here, you know. He might be falling apart. I don't really see how white can hold his position together. It looks real bad. And that's the case with flank pawns and bishops. So it wasn't truly a closed position as long as you have these breaks. But anyway, h3, you prevented him from maybe like, you know, going g4. Yeah, and so here you have rook g8, tying him down to g2, which also looks pretty promising. Because what's he going to do? Like rook g1? I mean, seriously? If he goes knight f5, okay, we'll take and we'll win a pawn, you know, and we're still better. So this looks pretty ugly. Like white has to go here. Yikes. That's not great. Alright, but anyway, h4, knight f5, and then you cap to 2b's with bishop c5. But white's playing the Sveshnikov. He's sort of hanging on now, defending. Rook h6. Back. Turkey farm. Much lower rated than his opponent. You didn't settle for repeating. You could also play rook h7. Looks like your move could be a mistake. Because your move allows knight g7, which he played. Do you want to do that? You might be better off playing rook h7 with the other rook coming over. So I don't know if you saw it or not. Clearly you protect this pawn. Now you would expect him to take your good bishop. But he goes for that tactical thing again, where he's focused on the d7. And this is like too much. So he showed some skill tactically, right? And coordination of pieces. Takes here. I was really expecting rook d7 check. But it may not. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to believe he doesn't play this here. Why not? Rook d7 check, king b6, and then over. And now he's starting rook d7. So you can always play rook b8. But it's kind of scary, no? Apparently you're winning. So white doesn't go for that. He plays g4. And now you can play bishop takes f2 or take en passant. Taking en passant allows him to have outside pawns. So you have to take this, check, king b6, and now rook e7. This guy's been very focused on the light squares. And at this point, I think we have to, at some point, come to grips with the fact that we might not be better. You know, you didn't repeat moves earlier with like rook h8, and you're playing a higher rated player and you're low on time now. But I think at this point we have to just try to, like, if we have a choice between trying to win and trying to draw, it's time to try to draw. You know, we have to accept at this point he has too much counterplay. So if it's possible that we bail out. And the move I'm kind of interested in is bishop d4. Because that knight, when he takes on e6, is going to be threatening knight d5. We have to be very careful about that. This looks very like you could get into a mating net. Like a5, rook takes e6, threatening knight d5 check, king c5. Now on like rook d3, it feels like we're just a couple moves away from somehow getting mated, but maybe it's not so easy for white. But what I was wondering is, can we simplify to a rook ending, like say bishop d4? Probably white, being an aggressive player with a higher rating, would avoid said rook endgame. But if he were to take here, we were to take here, we were to take here, looks like we're in trouble. He's too strong with d6. We're already screwed. Alright, this is not an option. We let him penetrate down the D file. You know, this was bad. So you made a very serious mistake here, letting this happen. I think you have, like, very little losing chances in this position. To be objectively honest, you know, but it's probably a draw. You have a lot of options. You could probably even take on F5 and be okay. Because, like, where does his knight go? You know, like, put his knight on the best possible square. I don't know. You know, like, I don't know how it's gonna get anywhere. Like G4. Was F5 a move earlier? F5? Do we ever have F5? Wow. Yeah. No. F5 was never a move. He got right in there. And I think you should consider taking it. But what I like better, like I said to Turkey Farm before, I think instead of H5, or after H5, we should pin him to the G pawn. If you go here, you know, if he has to play Rook G1, okay, fine. But, you know, that's not a good placement for his pieces. What's he going to do? And, like, H4 is Rook G4. So the horse kind of got out of the barn here when he got this, and still you're fine, until you allowed Knight G7. And then he gets his big chance to come in on the white squares. Here, last desperate measure would be like Bishop C8, but he has Rook D8. So I don't know if we can mitigate that. You know, that looks like a problem. After G4, Bishop F2 and Rook E7. Oh, later? Okay, we'll take a look. So Bishop takes F2. Right. F5 now. Yeah, this is... Okay. Yeah, so F5, yeah. F5 is the last chance for F5 here. Good suggestion, Saeeds. F5, there is this E4 square, which looks really scary. So, like, he takes, but he would lose in the ability to use that rank. You can always play Bishop E3 check. So on something like here, you have Rook F. Probably have Rook here, for example. And if Knight E4, whatever, you know, you're okay. It looks like. Yeah, so Saeed's, I think F5 is a good idea. This move maybe doesn't help us. His king is vulnerable there. We should leave it there. Yeah, F5. I agree, it's a good move. It breaks out, you know, definitely. This might save the game. Maybe he can leave it where it is, like Rook D6. But then you have Bishop C5, and then Knight D5 isn't a thing. Oh no, this doesn't work, does it? You have this. So Bishop C5 doesn't work. So Rook D6. Well, this is scary for him, man. Yeah, now the outside pawn. Phew, bro. Yeah, I mean, you're like winning on the queen side. He can't do that. He can't ignore F5. He's going to have to take. You take. Maybe take again. Looks like, yeah. It's a draw, probably, after Rook F6. That was maybe Turkey Farm's best chance. Rook E7 here isn't a good move. Just checking for the sake of checking. It doesn't help us. And then again, you're like panicking in time pressure. Another move that doesn't help you. It just forces him to make the move he was going to make anyway, which is Rook takes E6. And then here, okay, that's a good move. Now your F6 is really weak. So he doubles on the F file. Wow, he makes a really weird move now. We're expecting him to double on the F file. He doesn't do it. He plays knight e2. There's this. That's the only maneuver I see. He just wanted to fight for control of d4. You're maybe still not lost. But f8 to free the other rook. Okay? c3. You know, it's funny that you never played a5. Rook g7, king c2, rook d7. And now g5. So that's a draw. Rook d1, king d1, fg5. No. Rook d1, king d1, king d7. Can you draw this? It looks like it should be a draw. So you have seconds left at this point, and you have king d7. He has to play rook takes. Oh, my bad. No, he has rook takes e4. No, yeah, he has to. Rook takes, takes, king here. Now his knight is like... It has one square. Congratulations. He can play c4, but he can play knight c1. Well, let's say knight c1. King here. Now you're threatening in there. He goes d3. And this is a draw, right? It should be a draw. I don't like your pawns, you know, being on dark squares, but I don't think it's enough for white to win. He would torture you and win on time, probably, but yeah. Not an impressive win. So in the game you took on g5. Okay, maybe this is not so bad. Maybe this is not so bad. Yeah, okay. It's an alternative. Less clear, but you also have g4. True. You might even have a winning chance there. But he got a good square for his knight, finally. So you should definitely trade it. It's still, you're fine. Now, you make like an inexplicable move. King b6. I mean, of course, this is time pressure. You should take. You should take, and it's a draw. You're better, but it's a draw. Like, I mean, yeah, you're actually close to winning here. You're probably winning there. Okay, he was trying to flag you, but there's an increment. Yeah, I mean, why would you not take his knight? Your 3-second increment, you just take. He has king c3. That holds. Yeah. No, king c3 is a draw, for sure. Now black has to go like rook d1, and he takes your pawn. Is it a draw? Every time I say it's a draw, it's not a draw. Well, anyway, it's a better chance than the other variation. I'm not sure about this. Rook h1. Apparently it's a draw. This is scary. King d4, rook takes h3, king c5. Yeah. All right. It was a good battle, man, but you were much better. You were definitely better. I think a typical game for that kind of line. I'm late. I gotta go, guys. It's late here. School day tomorrow. So Doc Waffle Kitty, Doc Waffles, makes me hungry. All right, interesting game. Waffle Kitty is black. It's e4, e6, and then not recommended. Doc. Not recommended. My preparations last year. There's interesting stuff, like you can do knight d5, knight e7, but I would not recommend anybody below master level playing this. Well, anybody below 2000, you know, at least. This is really pushing the envelope of soundness. So after e5, you have to play knight d5, and if white goes c4, now rather than play a Krasenkova, wife of Krasenkov, rather than play the Krasenkova Alekhine, I would recommend going here, taking your chances with this. But it's not the safest opening in the world. So anyway, white played knight c3, and now you're in a different place. You know, bishop e4 is kind of interesting, risky, and the French is correct. You could play a kind of kraken with like d6, maybe not that bad. But c5, okay, this is experimental. Now on d5, you're simply playing a Benoni. What I wasn't sure about was like e5. Strangely, this has not been played. I wasn't sure what was going on after e5. But your opponent, you know, this is definitely the best move. Like positional advantage to white. You should play d6, and it's a standard Franco Benoni. Because there's a trap here, Acerbate has fallen for it. If pawn takes pawn, e5, and black is like lost, almost lost. You've got to be very, very careful about that. That's why you have to play d6 here. Very important. Unless you're like insane and you want to do something totally crazy. Not a good idea. So your opponent played bishop g5. This is kind of like what I was talking about the last game, where not that effective of a pin, but it's a little different because here black does have light square pawns. So I think this is better than the bishop g5 played in the previous game we just analyzed. It's not so stupid. But the problem is he's not supporting his center at d4. So you should just take. And white like loses time after queen takes. Obviously you play knight c6 with tempo. This is going to transpose to a Dunst opening. You literally just transpose to a Dunst opening. Knight c3, move 1. This is a line in the Linkspringer. I think white probably plays queen d2. The Linkspringer. So you don't you played c5 to attack the center, but you don't follow through. Normally this would be good for white, but the problem is he's losing time with his queen, losing a tempo. So you go in here, and this is a bit passive. Now another arguable inaccuracy by white, d takes c5. Okay, he's not really gaining anything with this move. Making you move your bishop again? Maybe. But you have queen a5. You've got to look for these other moves, like queen a5, knight a6. Doesn't look fast enough. Queen c7? No. So it looks like queen a5 we consider. Threatening knight takes e4. Now, what does white do? How many options does white have here? f3, really weakening the dark squares. Queen e2, a sensible move. Now we have to recapture this pawn, and no real good way to do it. You know, either way is awkward. So I think queen a5 is sus. Probably after d takes c5 we have to take back. And now he has e5. But how bad is this? That's the question. Do we have anything like queen b6? No. So we have to play h6. And yeah, you're worse. You're worse on a lot of moves. For example, like bishop f4. Don't have a really good answer here. Okay, you can play g5. But it's still not good, you know. I don't think that you should even play g5. On bishop h4, you play g5. On bishop g4, you have to play g5. Then white goes bishop g3, and now what do we do? You know? We have to go back. It's our only move. Or h7. Maybe h7. We're playing like freaking Rapport here. This is bad. So after bishop e7, you're already in trouble after d65. This was a very good move by your opponent. You know what? If taking the pawn back is bad, then our best option is to not take the pawn back. You know? Very deep, deep stuff. But we can't let white play e5. So maybe you have to just play something like this. You know? Preventing it from playing e5, and hope you can get that pawn back. Because after knight c6, how does he protect it? See, it's not so easy for him to protect the pawn. He can go back, but it's like losing time. b4 is not a thing. So I'm going to bet the knight c6 is your best move. Yeah. See, human brain versus stockfish. I found the right move using some calculation, but mostly logic. Knight c6 is black's best move. Your move isn't bad, you know, actually. Similar idea, but you're not preventing e5. Still, white makes a horrific move. They just don't like their dark square bishops around here, do they? Oh, man. Just like the last game, the guy gave up his dark square bishop on f6. What does he have for this dark square bishop? Nothing. He's got nothing. Big fat dark square weaknesses all over the board. It's just like his dark squares have malignant cancer. And this is terrible. You know, look at that. You could even take with the g pawn, probably. But all right, bishop takes f6, knight f3, and now you smash his structure. You could play knight c6 and wait. Maybe you should. I'm going to say, like, here. Squares are more important than the material. The problem is, what you want to do is queen a5, but he has e5, shutting you down. So I don't want to let him do that. Again, I think you should play knight c6. And then maybe we can get this pawn on our terms. What move I was concerned about was this, trading. Now on queen a5, we're threatening with tempo to take on c3. So let's see what the computer says. Black is better. Wow. All right. So maybe this is a little bit of cashing your chips in early. With bishop takes c3, b takes c. But still, okay, white isn't really better now. You have a good Nimzo, I think. You could sack a pawn, honestly, with b6. This is a common Grunfeld idea, also in the Nimzo, but these pawns are so useless that it almost doesn't matter that white's up a pawn because the structure is so bad. So if you can't win the pawn outright conveniently, you can just trade it off with b6 and be fine. See, the problem is he can hold on to the pawn with, I guess, queen d4. That's what he tried to do. This move also bothers me. This is like our early game with Snedsteg. Yeah. Queen c7 is not going to cut it. You were better off playing queen a5. No, queen a5 is better. Double attack. Queen a5 is always bad, except when it's not. Now, okay, he has this, and on knight c6 he has this. And so here again, I'm going to borrow a page from the pterodactyl And we've got really nice stuff for black. This is excellent for black. It doesn't matter that you're down a pawn. Black is better. But this is a huge mistake. He misses queen d6. You can still play queen a5. I guess it's just as good. It's still not too late. So he plays queen d4. That's not good. Knight a5. Now he goes here. And again, you can play b6 at will. Although maybe this does become an issue at some point. You know, it's a common theme in the e6 Sicilian. Sometimes you actually have to go here. You might literally have to go here in this position to not be worse. Seriously. Because you don't want to take and like fix his pawns. And this isn't really good because of getting pinned on the file. b8 maybe. But again, you get pinned. What are you going to do? I guess you could try to pull off something like rook d8 here. It's all very complex. But queen d8 might be the best solution. So queen d4, here, 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 here. Now, he's going to take and play queen d4 again. Or at least he should. This is reasonable, alright. But again, all you have to do is play b6. Check, takes. He just gives you the pawn. It's clearly white should consider taking this way. He gives you the pawn without a fight. Now black is better. Like a lot better. And then there, and now he drops a pawn. And you just have to watch this diagonal. White is lost. White is lost because of his king position and his structure and the fact that he's a pawn down. He's lost like 3 different ways. 3 different ways from Sunday. If he gets his king back to a sensible position, he'll only be lost like 2 ways from Sunday. Now a bad move. Time for a bad move. No. No a5. You make b pawn backward. Not a good idea. I see what you're doing there. You wanted to trade his bishop off on d3, but it's not a big priority. Just put your bishop on d7, b7. Put your bishop on b7. You have the diagonal here. You have f5, you have d5, you have rook c8, rook d8, and the only threat he has is bishop takes h7 check, which can be easily like guarded against. a5 is a bad move. You create counterplay for your opponent here on the b file. You made a backward pawn. This is okay, but it wasn't nearly your best. Now, after bishop takes d3, you made yourself a backward pawn. Now his king is back to a safe position, which you couldn't really prevent, but could you? No. But a bad plan is better than no plan at all. I don't know about that expression, but anyway. C takes d4, d3. His pawn structure is fixed. What I do wonder is, should you play b5 to make your pawn not backward anymore? Here, because if black has a problem with this, you know, you no longer can play b5. So I think that's kind of a priority here. h3, and then queen b2. Again, you don't want to have a backward pawn. The pawn should advance. It can be protected by b4. You know, and also maybe your rooks, maybe it should be the other rook and the other rook here, like that, placing the pieces. Rook a c8, and now he has rook p1. Now, if you trade this for this, I don't know if this is even a win. It's not easy. You know, you just have one pawn up, and it's an a pawn. So you're kind of like giving up. Yeah, now he fixes your pawn. This is a good move. a4. And there it goes. See? There it goes. You need to attack his A pawn now. You get the A pawn for the B pawn, you're still up a pawn. Now you just lost a pawn, you're up no pawns. And this isn't a big deal. Now the game is equal. And you're just kind of moving back and forth. Rook takes, queen takes check, king h2, queen c6. And you might be in luck. The way he played it, no, he has rook b5. Yeah, rook b5. Rook b5, and he's still holding. Please tell me you're gonna make back rank Luft, so you don't get mated on the back rank. Oh no, you hung your queen. Queen c7 a little bit better. But I think the first priority is this. Always make Luft, so you don't get back rank mated when you're not expecting it. You were lucky there. And now you took, which I think is reasonable. And then you did the h6. The problem is it's a little late. You're going to have to watch for f6. Luckily that's covered. You're good. So he actually weakened his kingside by moving this f-pawn up. You got lucky he missed the one move win. Now, you still have to watch f6. Queen d2. Holding the a pawn. You're not watching f6. What did I say about f6? Watch f6. So this is his only real serious threat. Still, it's not easy. You have to find moves. You have to find moves here. It's not so simple. You know what? You could play... I don't love it, but you could play king h8. Probably not necessary, though. You know what? I'm feeling like your rook isn't doing anything. Are you feeling that? Maybe rook e8. I don't feel like these are doing anything doubled on the c-file here. Another possibility would be rook here. Kind of dangerous allowing the check. But you have this up, and I don't see him doing anything to your king there. Not clear that he can do anything on the back rank. Yeah, he could mate you with queen b8. It's a little risky to take your rook off the back rank. Okay, queen d2, f6. Now, you could hang your queen a second time with queen g5. But no, g6. Yeah, this is unpleasant. Pawn that he could fall. Rook b8. Uh-oh. Queen c3. Check, check. I mean, check, take. And now queen d6. Back rank. Kind of scary. How about queen c6? Endgame looks problematic. He's getting in fast. King up, king over. King up, king over. King up, king over. This looks like you might be okay, but you're just going to have to move back and forth and try to hold a draw. No, you're lost. Wow, I thought you might be able to do this. Apparently d5 is winning. Wow. Wow, so c5 isn't enough. d6 check, king c6, d7, king takes c7, and white is winning it. After king d5. Bro, that's nasty. Too much space. So, you can't trade queens with queen c6. Difficult to know that without... You can't play that move, okay? Unless you can calculate all the way to the end. When in doubt, do not trade queens. That's the default. But yeah, this f6 has you compressed. This is lost, probably, as well. I'm assuming you're lost here, too. Wow, it's not lost. Wow. So king up. d6, king over, king over, king over, king over, king here, king c7. So this case you hold. Wow. That's difficult to calculate. I wouldn't have traded queens. I think in the end I would have just played a different move. I don't think you have to trade queens to draw this. Just pick the right spot. You were lucky there. And now king h7. So you have, it looks like you have perpetual queen b8 check. Well, I mean, this is easy to see, but the question is, what happens if you start, doing like a series of checks? You're going to pick off the f pawn. That's the problem. Queen b2 check and take on f6, and then it's definitely a draw. Most likely. Like, for example, I don't know, king g3. You don't have to take the pawn even, you could go here. I don't know where to put his king. I don't think he can get out of the checks. So, this was very, very hesitantly played by you. If you don't do anything, he's going to ram this pawn down, and it's game over. Remember this, guys. All that matters in a queen endgame is who has the more advanced passed pawn. It doesn't matter how many pawns you have. It's the one that goes through, He has a passed pawn, and it's 5 squares away from queening. And there it is, 4 squares away from queening now. There's no way that black should win this game, unless it's on the clock. h5, d5. You're in critical condition now. You're lucky if you get a perpetual check here. King h6, d6. He's now 2 squares away from queening. Now if you're lucky, queen b8, queen b4, queen f4, some kind of perpetual. I don't think you have time for this move. I was going to suggest going here and then trying for some kind of, perpetual check. But I kind of doubt it's going to work. Because ultimately he has this. And you're done. Very simply, he has this and you're done. Alright. So queen b8 doesn't work. Let's try the other queen move we have. Queen a8. Last chance. But you're almost getting mated after this. Yeah, situation doesn't look good, but maybe you could get a perpetual check here. I doubt it. It doesn't look good. I think you're lost here at this point. It's too much. So queen e7, queen g8, d7, check. Now you may be in luck. So that doesn't help. Now remember, he does have the ability to retreat the queen here. Pretty hard to lose this position with white. Oh no, he found a way. He found a way. Unbelievable. It's an astrobate submission. Alright. That was pure persistence and luck. There is luck in chess, guys, but you gotta make your luck. Well, nice resistance anyway. Panther Soul Death. Yeah, I'm tired, guys. I'm gonna get some rest and some dinner. And thank you for your support, Nefidov. Astrobate with 4 gift subs today. Mr. Coffee with a gift sub. Nefidov with 5 quote-unquote gift subs that have been, designated terrorist act or something. I don't know what happened to Nefidov's gift subs, but we'll have to investigate. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with Blitz Friday at 12:30 p.m. CEST, Central European Summertime. Have a great weekend, guys. Friday, 2-hour Blitz stream, and then Sunday Simul. Thanks, everybody, for your support. We'll see you tomorrow on Sunday. Bye.